Perfect timing, everybody. Oh my gosh.
Keep laughing.
Right? Welcome back. We're so happy to have you. Already 9 of you here, or maybe 12 by now. As I'm spilling tequila on Death & Co. And we're having a huge debate, John and I, before we start about whether or not, as I'm wearing a vest, because we're going classic tonight, I was trying to go theme-based, based on the fact that we're doing martinis. And different variations of martinis. And now I need help. We can't decide whether or not I can wear a apron with a vest, which I've never done before, or whether or not it's just so unnecessary. Oh. Let me make sure that the mic, that we didn't lose, normally we lose all of our music and all that. I'm not sure. Hopefully
I think we're good.
Oh, good. So, what do you think? Anybody out there willing to chime in and help us out? Do I stick with the tiny vest? Gucci vest. It's got a little midriff on it. But you know, I was an adolescent in the 90s, so this kind of fits me all too well.
I think it looks classy without the apron.
Alright, we'll go.
I think it's nice to change it up.
It's a fun little treat. I felt I was like channeling Jerry Thomas a little bit. Like thinking of the classics.
Yeah.
90s cocktail hour. That's right. Just wait. We're about to bust out. Don't worry. By the end of this, we're going to do a French martini, and that was developed in the 80s and came to fame in the 90s. Bon vivants, I will try my best. Thank goodness I didn't get any on here so far. And the book, yeah, it'll dry out, right? It's a hard copy. That's why I always get hard copies. Right. Tart's good point. It does. It's just going to get cleaner, right, John? You know, I actually, by the way, used to work at a restaurant that we used to just fill bottles with spray bottles with vodka, and that was a way that they cleaned. And then during the pandemic, when I went to pick up beer from one of my favorite local breweries, which was Barrelick, they had like an outdoor beer garden. You can go pick up just some packs of beer, and because of that, when you picked it up, they sprayed it down with gin, and they just filled spray bottles with Gordon's gin because it's 90 proof and it's technically like everybody was running out of hand sanitizer at the moment, so it worked perfectly. Thanks, baby.
I see nothing wrong with things smelling of gin.
It was my favorite thing. I was like, hey, wait, was that Gordon's? And they're like, yes, it was. Here, do you want a little bit more? And I was like, absolutely, this is great. Right.
Now, sometimes we do tastings of, what's this drink made with Gordon's gin versus this drink made with, Nolet's or is that how you pronounce it? Or Plymouth gin that we have tonight. And soon we're going to be like, oh, well, I disinfect all my clothes with Plymouth gin only. It smells superior.
It only has the most subtle hint of juniper. I appreciate that better on my shirts. Yeah, the distillery.
Tarts has got the lemon drop scent of hand sanitizer.
Oh my god, that's perfect. Lemon. What was I just reading something about how lemon drops came back into style? Somebody found their way into a great lemon drop, and they didn't even think. Oh, a friend of ours, Margarita knows. In fact, was telling me how she stumbled upon, and she was never thought she'd like something like a lemon drop. But she stumbled upon one, and I can't remember what bar it was off the top of my head, but I'll share it with you later on, John. I know it'll come back to me.
All right.
But I'm glad that we worked out the vest. So, what's up tonight?
Yeah. And it's not too late. If you end up regretting it, you spill something, you could put the vest on later, or the apron on later.
Right.
It's not too late. We're not locked in here.
Well, yeah, and for sure before after hours tonight. I'll have to completely remove this vest at the least. Bon Vivant PDX, thank you for the Bar Avion for the reminder on that one. I know. I think we had a change of name, or just somebody who really knows what Margarita knows likes. However, yeah, I'm excited for our meal soon. Okay, good. Hey, Holly.
I was worried.
I like the Bon Vivant PDX as well. I'm digging on that one. John, we had some of our local friends here totally step up and go out and reach out and get things like Chambord. Like things that you and I would normally get, but like everybody like stepped up to make sure they got like their hands on something or shared it. I think that's really, really cool. I'm pretty excited about that. So that they could tune in and follow along with tonight's show.
Great. Well, speaking of, we're doing some recipes that are a little more accessible. I mean, we didn't invent these. You can get these at your local library or Google.
Right.
What are we doing tonight?
Well, we're gonna do variations on a martini tonight. So we're gonna take the several different variations that have been known as the classics, or a couple different classics, and then we're gonna do a contemporary classic. It is now considered to be a classic because it is 30 and 40 years later that after this cocktail was invented. And when I say contemporary classics, I think of things like the old fashioned with a orange and a maraschino cherry just absolutely destroyed in it before bourbon and soda water poured in on the rocks, all built in the glass. Like that sure kind of fit the old fashioned for a very short period of time. Wasn't necessarily the beginning of the old fashioned, nor is it considered to be an old fashioned today. But for a hot minute, it was a contemporary classic, we'll call it.
All right.
Can you think of any more that are like that? There are several, I feel like, so I don't think I'm too far.
Do you distinguish that from modern classic?
No, I think we're talking about the same thing.
Like anything roughly the last 30, 40 years that has endured?
Yeah,
even though it's not 100 years old or 200 years old.
I think there's a distinction because there was an original and then it was changed to something else and then changes something else as well.
Like you make me think of the Gold Rush or penicillin. Those don't have their inspirations in the name, but they're just slight twists on existing classics, and then they're classics in their own right.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Those I think are modern classics. On that, I feel like these contemporary classics are takes on classics, but they had their like 1950s and 1970s take on it. I want to say like a Gimlet to a Collins. When it was transformed with soda water and Mommy and Daddy's Collins mix, and I don't know why I'm thinking of Mad Men when they're having their kids fill up their Tom Collins glasses, and they're like, no honey, you got to go 3/4 of the way with vodka, and then the rest with and then just a splash of soda water on top.
And so the special drink we're talking about tonight is the French Martini. Are you saying that it had a limited time window? It's no longer popular?
No.
Is that the distinction?
No, that it was a new revised take on a classic. And I know why the French part. We'll talk about that in a little bit because that's distinctively the Chambord. But I more mean like the idea is that like somebody might like an old fashioned as I described it, and other people were pulling back as I was talking about adding like smashing up a maraschino cherry and putting all that soda water in afterwards. You're worthy of whatever you want to drink. Some people really want that, and who the hell am I to say that that's not your preference as far as flavor goes? So I think that those were things that were taken at a time where you had better, like, booze was stepping up a little bit, but people were more about just drinking than they were necessarily like, we're trying to go for certain flavors. John, you and I really like the taste of the booze, of the spirits that we use, the booze that we use, so we like to accentuate that in most of the drinks that we do, right?
Right.
I feel like Jerry Thomas's time, they were taking really bad stuff and trying to use very limited resources to create drinkable product. And then in the, the 70s, 50s, late 40s through the, mid 70s, it was accessible, sugary, easier to drink, like a different time, all shelf stable. Like, we were into a different, like, thing then. We were testing out the limits of, like, what plastics could do and what we, you know what I mean, how we could keep things around. And I feel like there was a novelty in some of these flavors. Now, I'm referring to a time even before the French Martini. That was the 80s. That was developed in the 80s and perfected, or really came to be in the 90s. And I would more associate that with the time of the Cosmopolitan.
Yeah.
More of a stronger but fruit-forward, approachable. It was the time of Bartles and James. Like, I think that says it all right there. So, like, cocktails were kind of in that, like, fruity, stronger, like, level of that, where people were enjoying, like, wine coolers at that time. For people who weren't getting.
What was that? What was that reference? James?
Bartles and James.
I don't know this. What is?
Bartles and James was like the wine cooler that they used to have commercials all the time, and it was like two old guys who owned like a orchard, and they were like, oh yeah, look at our fruit, try this one. We got kiwis with strawberries, Bartles and James, that's right. And they just sold wine coolers. I think that was the first thing I drank as a kid, the first time I ever probably got buzzed or drunk.
They've been resurrected.
Oh, Breeze just is looking it up since they've been resurrected. I can't wait.
Oh, sure.
She'll put some sort of link up for everybody to follow along, because we all have to know what the hell this is happening. What the fuck is happening?
Wait, Bree, can you send me a case of Zima?
Oh.
I've been looking for that.
Maybe. Let me look.
So at least I will say this: Zima just tastes like citron, right? Like citron and burning. At least Bartles and James tastes like Kool-Aid with malt liquor in it. I will say
Kool-Aid with malt liquor.
I've moved past the
Excellent.
malt liquor flavor. St. Ides was actually, if you really wanted to do it, St. Ides really just went hard on that. Just Googled this. Apparently Bartles and James is White Claw knockoff now. Yeah. But is White Claw the knockoff of Bartles and James? Really? Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Tarts. Thank you for the help on that one.
Wine coolers in junior high. Yeah, so I did not get this reference. I guess I was too good a kid in junior high.
Oh, this wasn't in junior high, John.
I don't know how I missed this Bartles and James thing. I'm sorry, I derailed
I was 7. Yeah, but yeah, I think Bartles and James was like the biggest one for a hot minute. I had a lot of aunts, John, a lot of aunts, and they loved pool parties. And once in a while, hot tubs and Bartles and James. And once in a while there were these ice chests full of pretty colored Kool-Aid drinks that made you feel giggly.
Yeah. The ants get giggly and you didn't understand why.
Yeah, no, then I had to find out myself because I was a sneaky little kid like that. So it's kind of built into me. Everybody watch your kids around water. Anyway.
So speaking of all this classy drinking.
Yeah, right?
Should we make a drink?
We should make a real drink. We should make a real classy drink. So we're actually going to make like the classy, actual classic iterations of the martini first, right? We're going to do our... Go ahead, you go with this. We're going to do the first
We're going to do a 2-to-1 ratio. We'll get into... We should start making it, but we can discuss that. that's classic, but it's not necessarily the only one. I've seen a lot of differing opinions on what the proper ratio of gin to dry vermouth is. But we're doing 2-to-1 to start, right?
Right. And I agree with John. Like, some people really... I've had some guests ask me to do 2.5 ounces and only 1/4 of an ounce of vermouth in their drinks because they really didn't like it that much, or they really didn't want that much. Some vodka martinis that I've had, as far as specs that are the standard for that particular bar program, have called for no vermouth if we're doing vodka. I actually appreciate the flavor of vermouth, so that's why I want that, and that was actually appreciated back in the day when these were developed. So we're not really steering away from that. The interesting part, John, that I think is really cool and a sign of more the times back in the day when these were developed, and as we move forward, we'll start looking at these martinis. And people were really going for, and as I was looking into the history of this, people were really going for what they were calling dry drinks. And people who lived in the city didn't have the stomachs. It sounded like they had a stress level that they couldn't handle a lot of sugar and a lot of the heavy fruity flavors in their stomachs.
Yeah, you sent me a picture of that passage from the book. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That was interesting. Like these farm boys with their sugar,
right?
Their sweet tooth.
These sweet country bumpkins they could handle, and their stomachs of steel.
Only city men will have the true dry drinks.
Right, but it almost sounded as if they were envious. You know, their stomachs of steel, they could handle anything. Like, and that's what made me think about it. Like the stress and shit of living in a city. I get that is, and you're in a different way. I could see how you could, that changes, and we all know how that changes our, like, lives and our intake and what we can handle and upsets our stomach. So, like, I could see how that could change your drinking habits as well, where you want more, like, fortified things. You have the benefits of all the digestives and all the bittering agents that are put into vermouths that give them their flavor, and they're drier and help help your body not produce a bunch more acid to try and digest them. I'm feeling it. I get where they're at. And then not only that, but actually that's where that is the same era that after the martini was perfected, that they started adding the olives into it. And that even more tells me, like, with olive brine and those different flavors as well, and the fermentation, like, that's what people were going for in the pickling of it.
Oh my gosh, yeah, we even get to the garnish. It's just a simple drink, one word, martini, and we've just invoked hundreds of permutations.
Right, already. And we haven't even got started on the first one.
Let's make one. I'm thirsty.
All right, you and me both. So this one we're gonna stir. Bree, you mind queuing up for all our guests so they can follow along right now? We're gonna stir this one up, John. As you and I talked about, though, there's a heavy debate. Opening up, expanding, clicking on martini, and then expanding. A little too far.
The ingredients will shock you.
Right? I know.
Especially number 3.
Right? So John and I just hit on it. We were talking about olives coming in. The originals are all cited as being either a lemon peel or, like we have coming up for you, an orange peel. But they were always using citrus to start for the first iterations of the martini. Now, John and I were talking about doing a 2-to-1 tonight, and we're talking about stirring them up. There is a hell of a debate, and it depends on who trains you. It depends on a lot of different things. Scientifically, I've heard of a couple different reasonings behind shaken and stirred. I've been trained over and over again not to stir gin martinis, that you'll bruise them or hurt them in some way or change their delicacy, or just the layers of flavor that you're getting out of that particular martini.
Did you mean shake or stir?
Did I say shake again? I meant stir at the end. I meant stir for the last part of what I was saying.
So just generally stir.
I generally stir. However, as I've read, that there is another take on that, and everybody's heard of it, the James Bond, right? Shaken, not stirred, kind of thing. Do you like my Connery? Look at me right now,
Pretty
Connery.
Ooh, we're gonna. Pretty good.
We're gonna get kicked off. No, I'm just kidding. Copyright infringement. Bam! That was quick. So, but there is some debate about the science behind vermouths and all those great botanicals and bittering agents that I was telling you that are in there. All those things come to be, and particularly when they are shaken, and there is there's that particular emulsification process that happens when you're shaking things up, and aeration. Supposedly, molecularly, it changes a martini and its flavor. So I actually thought it'd be fun, John, and I know we didn't talk about this before. I'm totally jumping this on you. Look at it, like out of nowhere, out of left field. I think I'm gonna do one shaken and one stirred, and I'm gonna pour one for Bree and I, like one of each, and we'll taste them and see if that actually changes. Just because since you and I talked about it, I thought let's put the science.
Awesome.
Wow.
Awesome. Yeah, I want to hear your tasting notes.
Okay. Do you?
I'm not going to make two and drink them both. I would feel bad wasting one, so I'll make one stirred, I guess, the classic way.
Perfect. And then you can see, like, tell me what you get out of the flavor. We'll do that over here, and we'll see what we get out of it.
Cool.
Do you want to tell everybody what we decided to use for our gin this week, and why?
Shoot, mixing up the gin is another thing that just adds another ton of permutations that, London Dry is probably the most agreed upon classic for this, but you and I were using Plymouth gin. Specifically, Plymouth Navy Strength tonight, because it's only a few dollars more than regular Plymouth.
That's right.
And the Navy Strength, it just makes the thing that tastes wonderful taste even more wonderful, even stronger. I love this stuff.
And yet it's still really smooth. Oh, it's my pleasure.
Yeah. It's not. I mean, Navy Strength. It's not a challenge or anything. It's a little bit hotter, but it's just more flavorful. It's good.
And I'd say in comparison to London, the London Dry, and as John and I looked up too, when it came to, and I don't know if I sent that to you or not, but when it came to the original iterations, nobody can actually pin down whether it or not it was Beefeater or Plymouth, which were the two biggest distinctions back in the day.
Oh, could have been Plymouth.
Plymouth was a contender for its very specific. It has to come from Plymouth, England, and it has its own botanical set and its own smoothness that is distinct from Beefeater. Help me out, John. Why do I keep getting stuck on Beefeater? Beefeater, Tanqueray. What are some other London Dries?
Oh, Bombay.
Thank you. And
then Aviation here in Portland.
Although that's a new American, that's considered a new American gin as opposed to like a London Dry.
Oh.
It's because of its botanical level that changes it, and the amount of like juniper to citrus ratio.
So many kinds of gin. Who knew?
So many, right? And we did River Rain last time, and that was super botanical. And we're not doing as much botanical because we want to taste our gin, but we want to taste that vermouth too. We don't want to get it hidden in there. So we got our Navy Strength. And the nice part is tonight we're not even going to mess around with ratios. Like we've told everybody else, if you are using 1.5 ounces of Navy Strength, that's roughly equivalent to 2 ounces of the plain strength. What plain strength? Standard strength? I don't know. Not Navy. What do we? I'm not going there. So yeah, whatever that is. But John and I, we're going full old school style, and they were drinking like 160 proof back then, so we might as well go with 80. Or wait, 100.
I'm down.
Okay. All right, well, let's get started. Let me grab mine. It's hiding.
So for people at home, they can use pretty much any gin they want, right?
Oh, yeah. You go with anything that you're comfortable with, anything that you like. If you want to go with a heavy botanical gin, please, I encourage you to do so. It's still going to be delicious. We just really like this Plymouth Navy Strength, so that was why we wanted to go with it tonight, more than anything else. So let's get started. Before we put ice into our stirring glass, we're just going to go ahead and add all of our ingredients first.
Do you need ice?
I have ice.
Oh, sweet.
Thanks for checking. Look it out. Look it out. Bree's always looking out for me, right, John? All right, so we are going to do...
No, Pikachu's not watching out for you?
Right? I know, not tonight. The fridge moved out of the way just a little bit, so Pikachu's hiding in there. He's not sure about his new home, as most animals are. Takes him a moment to adapt. Make sure that you're hitting that meniscus, and look, I even got a little spillover, and that's okay. It's pretty standard, pretty steady. And that's why we are filling our jiggers right above our stirring glass, our Yara here. I'm gonna go in 2 full ounces, and then I might as well get my shaker out for this next one. If you want to shake it,
Not yet.
oh, I'm gonna do them both.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's right. You are making 2.
I might as well do them both at the same time, right? It'll make me feel like I'm back in a bar for a second. I'll be like, I have to shake this and stir at the same time. It'll be good. Everybody can laugh at me as I fuck it up.
By the way, the general rule of thumb is, there's no, what do you call them, coagulants, no juices, no egg whites. So there's no need to shake it to mix things together.
Yeah, you're right, John.
You can just stir to chill. So that's the general rule of thumb. But again,
yeah,
your taste test on your end will see about vermouth. Maybe vermouth should be in that category.
And you never know. It could, and that's kind of the argument behind it. And it doesn't even have to be the right answer. That's my favorite part about drinks. We're still making this the best thing we want. In fact, I've done classes before where I've given everybody all the ingredients that they need, portioned out, and I still give everybody a little bit of like soda water on the side, just because what 90% of the people can handle is still not going to be what 10% can handle. So go ahead and liven it up, stretch it out, change it up just a little bit for you. Add a little bit more sugar if you need it. Who am I to tell you can't handle that? Just because we approach drinking in a different way, right? All right, so I got 2 ounces of the Navy Strength. And if anybody saw the turntable from earlier, and there is no huge need for you to be too excited about it now, it's showing all the different variants that we've talked about, minus the citrus, in our extras to the spirit of the martini, that's really what the martini is about, is the spirit. There's the most amount of that than anything else, and for good reason. Bree wants me to call hers the Grace. I'll tell you about that later. All right, John, I'm going 1 full ounce for this one, and I'm doing Dolan Dry. I will say that the classic, oddly enough, calls for Noli Pratt, which is a cheaper version of, or a cheaper vermouth that I've been steered away from in particular instances, in particular bars that I've worked in. But as you know, and it is not me being overly diplomatic, as I pride myself in being diplomatic enough, but me not trying to win anybody over, you know that I really appreciate the subtle differences in the flavors of everything that we taste. So Noli Pratt to me has a little bit more salinity to it, and it's a little bit dillier and brighter. Dolan is a little bit more rounder. I think of Dolan as being like a Chardonnay's cousin to the vermouth portion of it. There's not quite buttery Chardonnay, but a little bit more on the dry side. Let's see. We have. Can you think of any others? Martini and Rossi. I sure has one, but I don't.
Oh, vermouths.
Yeah. Some other like dry vermouths that are in this style. I don't know why I'm going Dolan Sweets all of a sudden. My brain stopped working. But the idea is that we have all these different flavors of vermouths as well to add to it. And as the classics, when we were looking up the history, John, Noli Pratt was actually closer to the flavors of vermouth that were around in the 1800s when this was first developed. So I thought that was kind of fun.
I'll look out for that one.
Lucif's here and they want to know local vermouth like Imbu.
Yeah, I actually really like Imbune. That's what I was trying to think of. One that I really like their sweet vermouth. I've only used their dry vermouth one time. I think it's a little extra botanically fortified, which is awesome, especially for this particular style that we're doing, because you're definitely going to want to taste that vermouth. We're doing a whole ounce of it in here. And that's not even with the next martini coming up. So, yeah, I think that one's going to work out really, really well. And like I said, I actually have a bottle of that hidden away right now for a backup vermouth just to sip on, because I really appreciate the vanilla back notes of that. I like that one a lot. It reminds me of a lighter version of VDT, which is John's favorite too.
Koki Vermouth di Torino.
That's correct, sir.
Oh, my favorite sweet vermouth, absolutely.
Yeah. All right, so let's get to the next part of the classic, which is orange bitters. This is not what everybody expects. This is not something that I'm necessarily going to put into somebody who wants a dirty martini, who wants to really taste that olive brine. This is going to hide that a lot. But this is how the classic started off. And also classics were with the citrus, like we talked about. So that makes sense that we have a little bit of citrus as far as the bitters goes. All right, so we're going to do 3 full dashes. John has Gin Fizz orange bitter, so his is going to be a little bit sweeter. Mine's going to be a little bit on the drier side because I'm only doing standard Regans. John, do you want to tell them about the Fegans?
Oh yeah, so I've been following some bartenders on YouTube and trolling Google about this, and they like a blend of orange bitters, just more widely applicable to have at the bar. So it's a blend of Fizz orange bitters and Regan's orange bitters. So I'm just doing what I see on Google and YouTube.
I do agree with the more applicability of the Fee Regans. We use that at Raven and Rose when I worked there, and it did work really well, and it actually worked well enough in the martinis, and really well in the martinis. Most people, although a lot of people noticed, and I feel that that's the glycerin portion of it, and I could be wrong, because I feel like without that, you wouldn't notice any sweetness on the tongue and a more dry note to it. But as far as a commercial bar program and even a home bar program for versatility wise, I agree with that. You have to adjust for the sweetness, and having a little bit of the sweet glycerin, that orange pungentness added to the Regans does really, really work for a lot of great cocktails. But you're not going to be too far off if you want to go ahead and go with just the standard.
Yeah, either or orange bitters.
Right. So
not gonna make a huge difference. I'm just nerding out, seeing what the bar nerds on the internet say.
Right. And we'll see, and that's pretty standard too, right, John? I mean, that hasn't really changed too much. That's been that way for a while. People really, really like that. It's been around for like 10 years now that people really appreciate those flavors being combined.
Oh, Fizz and Regans combined into Fegans.
Yeah. Although
Yeah.
the convenient name, the Fegans is the first time. When you told
Oh.
me, I've heard Regans and all these other, but
You heard it
Fegans-
on this channel first.
That's right. All right, so let's go with our orange bitters. We're gonna add a full 3 dashes of our orange bitters in here. John's got smaller dashers, so make sure if you're using those smaller dashers, you're doubling up. Mine are a little bit larger. But we're gonna make sure you go straight up and down 1, 2, and I already have my first one as soon as I tipped it over, so full 3 there. All right, so we have our vermouth, we have our bitters, we have our spirit. Now we need our ice. And we'll save our citrus for the end, because we're not gonna really need a regal shake for this. I think that wasn't the standard way, and that's what John and I are going for tonight. Tonight's one of our classic nights. We're trying to switch it up for ourselves and for everybody. So every few weeks we're gonna do a classics night, where we will take a classic cocktail and we will find at least one variation of it, if not 2 different variations like we have tonight. That's what we're shooting for. Eventually, we want to have all of you out there kind of join in and get your shot to pick some of these. But we'll talk about that later on with some of our subscriptions and stuff like that. But it'd be fun to have everybody's input on where we could go and what your takes are on these classics. Tonight, believe it or not, we have Bon Vivant helped us picking the French Martini. I know that's new. We got new microphones. What do you think, John? Wasn't so bad though, huh?
Gotta find a recording studio or something. Living on this noisy street. But it's the pandemic.
Right? Never
You
did
do.
we know. We can make it work. All right, so I've iced everything up. I'm going to hold off for my citrus. I got my stuff in the shaker. I'm going to stir up this martini over on this side. Everybody ready? All right, here we go.
Oh, Billy, next level.
I haven't lost it. I'm still throwing ice across the bar, too. Now with the aggressive shake, I'm going to be done there and finish my stir here. I want to feel the side. Yeah, I think we're right where we need to be. I'm going to julep strain on this one. Pot going on here. And I'm going to load mine up in 2 old school standard glasses. These are going to be a little bit more like the glasses old Jerry Thomas would have poured in too. They didn't have anything fancy like the coupes at the time. And they didn't have anything fancy like these fantastic martini glasses.
Can you talk about the color difference?
Oh,
Yeah, let's talk about the color difference.
Yeah, I guess not color. It can be like.
It's just the opaqueness. Well, this is what we were talking about when we talked about an emulsification process. And actually, if you look at them, these are standard size glasses. You have a little bit more dilution rate. There's a little bit more volume of liquid on the shaken one as well. But Breeze, you can see some of those ice chips are starting to clear up. But that was the emulsification that we were talking about, and the difference in the debate behind whether or not we shake or stir, and the benefits of whether or not that releases all the good things that are in vermouth. But again, John, it's about whether or not you're doing it for the better taste or you're doing it for the health benefits. But remember, you're still drinking 2 ounces of Navy strength gin, so I'm pretty sure those health benefits are twisted, right?
I didn't come here for health
Right,
benefits.
exactly, right? So I'm like, I'd rather have the best tasting one out of these 2. I really don't have a horse in the race until we're done and we know how they taste.
Mental health benefits. This is therapy, but
Right.
probably not the health benefits you were talking about.
Right, exactly.
No.
All right, so I'm gonna do a standard peel for this one. And we're gonna do lemon peels, John. And I actually didn't bring all my beautiful trimming stuff over. I have my knife. Would you grab me a little cutting board? Bree's gonna hook me up with a little cutting board. I have my first peel, and while I wait for the cutting boards, I'm gonna go ahead and express, because I want to express before. And remember, we're just doing a quick squeeze. Is that a good standard? Look at it. Quick squeeze sideways over our glass. So we spray as much of that oil as we can. Then we have extra oil right here that we're gonna keep on the outside. Flatten out that peel. We'll trim it up and make it pretty. But again, do your best. Unless you're working at a very, that'll work. Unless you're working at a very busy bar and need to trim your peels ahead of time, do your best to try and get all the oils out before you do all the trimming. Because remember, you're just limiting the surface area that you have to kind of squeeze and the amount of oil that you can get on. So your fingers can grab on here and get all the oil out of the rest of the middle. But once we trim it down, that changes and you have a little bit less place to grab.
Trimming it down how much? Into a parallelogram?
Exactly.
Rhomboid?
Yeah, either way.
Parallelogram, got it.
What was the other one that we talked about the other day? What was the other parallelogram?
No, we were talking about like a three-dimensional ellipse, which is
Ellipsis?
a ellipsoid.
Ellipsoid, yeah.
Ellipsoid.
A Mobius strip?
Yeah. It can be whatever you want it to be.
Mobius peels, that would be amazing.
But, I mean, we want to taste this too, right, John? So I'm just going to take off just the edges for mine.
Yeah, just clean it up, got it.
And I like the parallelogram.
Like
I don't know why. We could do something crazier, but let's just do something that everybody can stick with.
Oh.
Because I got a little bit of practice.
And a parallelogram.
Doesn't mean I have to use it right now.
Look at John's. Tell him if it's a parallelogram.
That's a parallelogram. Well done. Pretty damn close.
Okay. What do I do with it now?
Let's just go ahead and drop it right in the side of our glass, and while we do that, we're gonna run it right along this inside, basically between the martini liquid and our glass. And then just drop it in. I don't really care if it's on the top or the bottom. Now, if we were taking pictures or we really wanted to present it at a table, we'd make sure that the peel was facing up, but it ends up flipping half the time anyway, just because of gravity and how things work. So at this point, we're just trying to get it in the glass, because the most important part is it's not there for prettiness, it's there for flavor. It's there for the oils, it's there for all the things that it's giving you that help accentuate that. And hell of a nice Nick and Nora glass, sir.
Thanks. I love these things.
So wait, can I ask a question? When you say peel up, you mean like not the
Pith.
pith?
Pitha. So the peel...
The whole thing was a peel to me, so I got confused.
Got it. So peel is the yellow part more than the pith side, which is the white. This is the pith right here of the fruit. So that was a good question. Well done. And how's everybody here in Bree tonight on the new mic, too? All right, here's our debate, too. John, are you ready to drink? Because we're talking about a lot. We just need to start sipping.
Yeah, I know this drink is only getting warmer.
Okay, here.
Wait,
Let's
is
start this. That's the shaken. I have the stirred. John. Cheers, Bree. Cheers, John.
Cheers.
Cheers, John. I like this one.
I'm loving tarts with the everybody's going back and forth with tiny ice slivers. You know what? Tiny ice slivers make things fantastic as well. They, again, like what we were talking about, we're not doing it for the restaurant tonight. We're doing it for us. So everybody make sure that you're doing it however you want it. And a lot of people, that tastes great. That actually brings up my favorite story. And by the way, Bree and I are just going back and forth. My favorite about the stirred is I have a great flavor of vermouth. How about you, John?
I'm mostly tasting the gin.
Ooh. Really?
Yeah, I mean the vermouth's there, taking a little bit of the edge off, but it is a hot gin. I love the gin
I like that
just
one.
by itself.
It's funny. Bree and mine are noticeably different,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I taste the gin much more in Bree's with a like herbal.
The shaken one or the
The
served
shaken one. So, and with a herbal accent as I exhale, whereas the stirred one, very just, I get the vermouth very forward, and I exhale gin. I find that pretty cool. Lucifer, appreciate it.
Mostly gin.
Yeah, and isn't that standard?
On the stirred one.
Bree likes this one better. I actually think I like them both. I don't mind that one, so I'll give you this one back.
I don't not like this one. I just like that one better.
Yeah, I get it. It's more citrusy and like your.
Yeah, it's more like bright.
Yeah. There is a difference.
There is a difference.
Very quite noticeable difference.
Yeah, quite noticeable difference in flavor. But again, who cares? It's whatever flavor you want. Is it how you're going to be making your martinis, right?
Well, so if someone asked, like, I don't know which one I want, what are my trade-offs? What's the conclusion?
How would you describe it?
I always sorry. I would make them get the first one. I would make them get the shaken one then. And
If they didn't know?
yeah, and this is why. Because you always start somebody off on a more approachable, like smoother scale and ease them into these flavors so that they can do that. You never start them off on a very distinctly layered flavor. It is too much for somebody to take all at once and even appreciate all at once. It feels like it hits them too hard. And that is just my experience. I've watched it happen year after year after year, and I've learned, and that's I pride myself on being my specialty is being able to do that for people and bring that out of folks. And it takes a caress. As with all of us, change is a little bit hard sometimes, and it takes just a little bit of finesse to get that out of people and have them appreciate what you want, not kind of scare them away, because people are very easy to say, nope, that's not my thing, I'm never going to do that again. And that saddens me, no matter what it is.
I'm really curious to try the shaken one now.
Do you want to do it? I think we have time, dude. I think you should, if you want to try it, let's just take the time to do it. You can knock it out in seconds.
Well, we've got other drinks to make, and I could drink it. I hate to waste it.
I got that. Well, you know what?
Tomorrow.
This will be feedback for later. And if you want,
First thing in the morning.
right. Hey, John, let's do this. Why don't you do a video yourself doing it?
We can do a reaction video to my video.
Yeah.
My reaction of the shaken martini.
We can share it. Let's do that. I think everybody totally like it. Like, let's dive into that.
I'd like to see it.
Bree wants to see it. I want to see it. Yeah. That'd be, everybody else wants to see it. I know they do.
Thanks, Alex.
He doesn't have to try.
I don't think Alex, right? Alex, I don't think that was a thanks as much as I think I wanted to thank you for that one.
For the 4, you mean?
Yeah.
You have a bunch of food coming.
I don't know. I might have to leave some of these. Can I put saran wrap on these and put them in the fridge?
Well, they're not. They're technically no citrus in them, and and they're diluted.
Don't they have citrus?
Well, if you pulled out that peel, and even with the peel, there's no actual citrus. Whereas when we talk about citrus, we're talking about the juices and the solids that are in juices, the actual bits. That's why clarified juices last longer than regular juices, because all those bits are the things the solids are the things that rot the fastest. Actually turn. So, yes, you could, in fact, John, throw some saran wrap on this and have it for breakfast.
I could drink this with breakfast.
I just want to taste so many things, but I don't want to waste anything.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Well, then just pace yourself. We'll take the time to do that, and then what a great thing for people to want to tune in and see on our archive or our YouTube channel. We'll post it so that people can see your reaction.
Cool.
The only thing
we'll take that offline.
The only thing I will say is that you might have to do it with somebody else around so that you can definitely make two, because I feel like the Pepsi challenge, and I always say this when I talk about an 80s kid, I always say this when I talk about like trying two things side by side because I was an 80s kid where like there was a Coke and Pepsi challenge and Pepsi always won because it was a fucking Pepsi commercial. Of course they did.
I remember this, yeah.
But right, so like that's I think it's important that you do compare them side by side though to see the subtleties because I don't know that I pick up on it always without the comparison. Feel me?
Yeah. Well, so Tart says I could make a small one, like a half portion. Is that fair for testing?
Oh, hell yeah. And you got the jigger for it. Well, you don't even need your quarter jigger. You just 1 ounce and a half ounce. And then we'll do a smaller peel so that we don't overwhelm you with citrus. Because, again, we don't want to fuck up that ratio, right?
Should I do it?
Let's do it. Tarts. Well done.
Thanks.
Brilliant.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
I'm going to try to take it. I'm going to take a tiny peel.
Thank you, smart
Which is
person.
good. Oh, this lemon is almost finished.
Let's see your peel.
So it's starting about the size that I cut the last one down to. No, smaller than that.
Why don't you trim this? Why don't you trim this one first, and then express?
Okay, sure.
So we'll do the opposite. We'll put that to the.
Sorry
taste
about the
test.
drag racing.
We're trying microphones, folks.
I'm intrigued by the. It makes me. I just
Right?
want to see it. I might need to switch
North-
to another
John,
can
you're so
outside.
funny.
Welcome to North Portland.
I know. What if that was a Winnebago, or not even that? What if it was
Like
just
an
like a little lady in a
We
like
need
a
an outside
Datsun?
camera.
Right.
We need like a camera now. We're gonna switch to the race outside.
You know, I got a second camera. I got it. It just came in the mail today. I didn't have time to install for this show, but I do want to get a second camera angle so people can see what I'm making in front of me, and but that is an option. We could just point it outside.
I want to see your hands. But now I really want. Maybe we could just get a. What are the shitty ones that go on like a ring light? What are the ones that you put on your doorbell? A nest. We'll just put We'll put a nest shot out there, John. So it's just some pixelated like.
Lucef's gonna drive my mom.
Oh yeah, you could totally be on the.
Do it.
You could totally be on the street right now by just honking. Yeah.
We're gonna do like say anything in front of his door with like a boombox. I'm gonna like. I might die.
Lucif, what would you play if you did a say anything standing outside? Beep beep. What would you do if you were standing outside John's place and you were playing music? What would the song be that you would be trying to get his attention with? I'm dying to know. Is there a bucket in here? Would you hand me that bucket? I just realized I don't have a dump bucket.
Oh yeah.
I was very ill prepared. You know, the whole apron thing really threw me, John.
Why did you keep the bucket in the apron?
You know, we're like halfway through. You could put the apron on now if that makes you more comfortable.
No, I'm okay. I'm feeling fancy. Again, you know, if I were really channeling Jerry Thomas as I've read into my historian bases or things here, I would have like a bunch more rings on. I'd have my little pocket watch. Although these are fake pockets, I guess now that I touch them, I would get my fingers stuck in them. I'd have not that big. The red bucket right there. I'd have.
So we
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, finish.
No, that's it. I just have extra things like I'd have accoutrement on me.
I was just appreciating Lucif's vote for "Fuck the Police" NWA.
Bring it back, NWA. All right, so I got my bucket.
Yeah, I would play that.
Oh, hey, will you hook me up with? Hey, if we could get that on instrumental, huh, John? They'd only license that on instrumental.
What do you want me to do?
We got Tarts is happy to. I'm so happy that Bree is mic'd now. Thank you, Tarts.
Yes, among my friends that I've word of mouth invited to this stream, they say more Brie.
Oh, that's so sweet. That's how I feel.
Now that she's been revealed as of the last stream.
Was it only the last stream that we revealed her?
Yeah, and our test.
You could probably hear her in the background vaguely, but she only came on camera last time. Yeah.
How this fucking pandemic has twisted my timeline, John. It's amazing. I thought for sure that was at least 4 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
Alright, everybody. So John's shaking that up. We're going to get the true taste test right here. John, make sure you're only going half. Oh my god. Good instinct, sir. You're only halfway. You're done. How's it feel? Icy?
That might have been the...
Why have I not had
Well,
John?
No, you're good.
it's good ice. I swear.
No, I was more feeling. How does it feel on the outside of the tin?
Very, very cool.
Perfect.
Sorry, John.
Oh, now do I double strain this? We were talking about ice slivers earlier. Is that desirable?
Let's not double strain it for the idea that we're keeping the dilution rate the same. If we were to keep it single strained, you're going to have more ice that is going to keep it diluting as you drink it, which I'm a big fan of if you want that. But double straining will get the last bit of the ice chips out in a much more. The longer you wait, the more it won't, though.
Don't double strain.
Okay, so no on the double strain.
Yes, double strain.
Wait, what? I like the ice
Wait.
bits.
Yes, double strain.
Alright, sorry.
Don't listen to Bree. On this one.
Yes, double
Yes,
strain.
double strain. John, what I was saying is, if you single strain this, and that's cool for our friends out there, right? But the reason I don't want you to double strain is I want you to have a full chance of actually having a true taste comparison. And if you leave those ice chips in there, it's going to be more diluted than the other one, so of course it's going to taste different. Does that make sense?
Did you double strain this one?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Wow.
It's going to change as the drink goes. It's not just going to warm up, it's going to dilute as the drink goes along.
Right.
Speaking for the people, tart.
Okay, so there's my...
Tarts. I'm down with the ice chips. People's ice chips. I just want John to have the purest flavor taste on this one. Did you get your lemon in there?
Peeling.
Not yet,
Did you?
but I have my half
It looked
pour.
It looked good, and
Half-
Sorry to interrupt, John, but everybody, if you noticed out there, John's had a different opaqueness to it.
Totally.
That's that emulsification process that we were talking about. And again, I really, really like the way vermouth tastes with lemon.
Now these weren't made at the same time, but yeah, the opacity is noticeably different. Look at that mini lemon.
Oh, it's so cute.
Oh.
Miniature lemon.
And remember, everybody sees John's runs. Shit, there's another name for it. I remember it from sommelier class, like from wine class. His legs that are coming off the top, so you can all see, if you're seeing what I see, you can see the drips coming off the top of his glass, where his original unsipped volume was, and where you can see the difference of actual size. Because right now they're about the same. But remember, he's had several sips out of that one.
All right, personal taste test with the half portion shaken.
Here we go.
Deep shaken.
Yes, that is. It's like you said. It is more approachable. It's got a much more mellow flavor. Ooh, I can really taste the vermouth
That's why I like it.
at the end.
That's so.
And then let me go back to the first one.
It's here.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, the first one is just like a glass of gin. I barely taste the vermouth. I'm also excited to try the different ratio on the next drink.
You and me both. I'm fascinated though. He slipped from. That's awesome. That just.
Yeah, the shaken one is much more kind of entry level, approachable. Huh. I suppose it's more diluted. It has to be, right?
A little softer.
But it's a mellow flavor. I kind of like it.
Yeah.
I like
You know, and here's what I'm thinking as I'm hearing you describe this, John. And am I cutting you off? Did you have anything else to add? I'm sorry about that.
No, continue.
As you're saying this, I'm thinking about this more, and I'm wondering more if even when we're talking about really largely botanical gins and largely botanical vermouths, then if those have any bearing on whether or not we want to shake or stir, or whether they need to be like layered in flavor. And maybe because again, when these were developed, all gins were most gins were still being barrel aged. Plymouth and Beefeater and a couple others were the few that were finally starting to not have that same caramel color and that heavy resiny flavor like we really enjoy about Ransom, which is right behind you. But that is
Old Tom Gin.
Yeah, that Old Tom Gin is a very familiar. That is the origination of gin. We were much more refined by the time we were getting to the 1800s and the late 1800s and the 1900s as well. So, do you have a preference so far? Do you like one better, John, because of who you are as a person?
This is shaking me to the core, but I prefer the shaken version.
Yeah!
Team
Whoa! I love it! Sorry, everybody, if I broke you there. Legs. Thank you, Alex. They were legs. I'm kind of dumb, but not totally.
Maybe you just said legs.
Yeah, I was sort of just purist, never having tested this, that it had to be a stirred drink because there was no coagulant in it, no juice, for example. But I really like this more mellow flavor. I taste more than vermouth. I'm kind of a vermouth nut in general. Like I'll drink it by itself. Yeah.
Cheers,
Cheers to the Bond contrarian in us all.
Right.
I think Tarkards has a valid question though. John, will you order a shaken martini at a bar?
Ooh. What is the opposite of the bartender's handshake?
I think it's a shaken gin martini. I think you're right there. Tark. I would question it in my.
This person doesn't know what they're doing. They're just imitating James Bond.
Right.
Sure, whatever. I'm not sure I would have the guts to do it. I'll have to reconsider my life choices after this.
John, can I say that is my favorite thing? I had somebody ask me, a friend, an awesome friend that I hadn't seen in years, and we got together again, and they asked me whether or not I regretted leaving a place that we had both worked at together. And I, since then, have worked at 5 or 6 different places, and I could have stayed at the same place. You and I both know that's not necessarily me. Like, I like being at a place for years if it's the right fit, but I really appreciate the learning that I've done at every new place. And I know that the person that I was when we worked together 8 years ago was a completely different person than I am now, as far as like my biases when it came to how dare you, you order a stirred gin martini or a shaken gin martini, you're ruining it. But really, it's not about that. That's why we are worthy of good drinks, right? Like why you and I have like had this thing that we want to make all this approachable, because I've learned it's not about what one person tells me that I'm supposed to believe is the right way to do something. Who the shit cares if it tastes gross to everybody? I might as well try and do my best to make it approachable to every single individual that I meet, because that's what I can do for you to make you have a better time than you've had before and make you feel a little more special than you did the day before. And what a gift that is. In a very small way to everybody's day. Holy shit. That's all I want. Somebody give me a smile and try and make me feel the way I want to make you feel.
On that note, you have 40 minutes to make 2 drinks.
Holy shit. On that note, I've talked way too much tonight, everybody. I apologize for that. But I'm happy.
Well, this next one is pretty easy.
Totally.
Should we get into it?
Let's do it.
We'll take that.
Please. John, do you want to tell everybody about the origins of us finding this one?
Oh, we were trading some books back and forth, and oh, I remember the origin, because I don't remember the book that you found that you said, you gave me this book patch like, you're right, this does exist. It's when I wrote the classic martini, the drink that we just made. When I initially inputted into our stream, I said the exact same ingredients, except I said orange peel instead of lemon peel. And you were like, I think it's a lemon peel, sir. And we got into this debate about ratios and bitters and garnishes. And then I can't remember what book you found it in. You found this 50-50 martini that called for an orange peel. It was otherwise identical to the martini we just made. Just same ingredients, just orange peel.
I found it in... Do you have that book I gave you today? I found that in Imbibe.
Oh.
In fact.
It was in Imbibe.
You have
Okay.
it there. It is...
Tartarts said it's in the Codex, too.
Is it in Cocktail Codex? Tartarts coming in with a win. We got Cocktail Codex coming up here pretty soon. I hope you are ready to be there to help us out with that Cocktail Codex cocktail. Because we definitely need all of our viewers to tell us what their choice is. John, I have a choice, John has a choice, and you have a choice out there for anybody who's hooking us up with all their great replies, talking to us, and joining in on all of our subscriptions and stuff. But John, I found that. Now remind me who the author is, because I am too distracted.
Oh, David Wondrich.
That's right, Wondrich.
The cocktail historian.
And thank goodness he did. He did his research on Jerry Thomas and pre-Prohibition era cocktails. And thank goodness I'm very grateful for what he was opening up, because a lot of it was lost. The Modern Bartender was one that I used to have from, I believe it was 1920. But we have the Savoy Cocktail book, but anything before that, a lot of stuff was lost. And Jerry Thomas was the guy who was doing everything and making bartending in this modern, as we talked about it, very avant-garde, very frosted individual who was coming up with cool cocktails and very gregarious. Had a great time with all of his guests and looked the part of a duke as opposed to a bartender, which we aren't anywhere near dukes. So John, what'd you find?
That passage we were looking at. We don't know who poured the very first true dry martini, that is, Plymouth or London dry gin mixed with French vermouth and no syrup, but clearly it was in the air. Late 1800s. The Herald newspaper piece, anyway, gives 3 separate versions of the drink under different names. Here's one from the Hoffman House. Head bartender Charlie Mahoney just called it the Mahoney Cocktail, but it's really just a standard turn of the last century dry martini. Add 1/2 jigger of Nicholson gin, 1/2 jigger of French vermouth, and dash orange bitters. Shake well, pour into cocktail glass, and squeeze orange peel on top. This is from the Hoffman House Bartender Guide in 1906.
And Charlie shook it. Go figure.
Oh, crap. What's that?
And then right after that, I believe, was the Orange Bitters Orange Peel version, right?
Yeah, hold on, I lost it. Anyway, that's what we're doing next. This one that they just described.
Except we're gonna bump it up and actually get our gin to where we want it to be, right?
What do you mean?
Well, that was. Did it say 1.5 or did it say half?
So interesting. The way it's published, it says add 1/2 jigger,
Right.
but in brackets it says that's 1.5 ounce,
Can I tell you why?
which is what we have. Yeah.
Can I see that Can I see that glass that we were just drinking out of a moment ago? Yeah. A lot of cocktails back then in Jerry Thomas's time and around that time call for jiggers or wine glasses, and that's why I actually picked this particular one. Is that is closest to the size of their wine pour, and I believe their jigger was half that. But this is a 4-ounce fucking glass.
I'm seeing some other recipes in this book calling for 1/2 wine glass.
Right, exactly.
So odd.
That's a 1.5 ounce glass, so a 4-ounce glass. So there you go. Their jigger of that, which is equivalent to half, is really about 2 ounces. So John, you and I are close enough. And are you ready to shake this one too?
I'm gonna stir it because I need to compare it to my usual palette of martinis. But yes, later I will probably.
Yeah, you will.
Offline, I will shake
I love
it.
you for that. That's why we're doing this together, right? You and I are both like, we want to fucking know what that flavor is so bad. Like, oh!
And I'm so stunned that I like the other one shaken. But just for my own mental model,
right.
I'm gonna stir it.
Okay.
So let's go.
I'm gonna shake. So I'm gonna start with vermouth, as I always start with the cheapest spirit that we're using, just in case there's any mess up in what we're doing. This is just my standard from working at so many different bars. Always get rid of the cheapest stuff first, in case you gotta dump it. Then the next thing I'm gonna do.
So for science, I can do 2 half pours of everything. Really taste things side by side just by myself. It's too much tonight.
Come on, not even for
want to get
science.
drunk on camera again. No,
Sure?
science. I'm sorry.
All right.
Science.
Science begotten, because we have a whole different take of martini to go to, right?
Yes, I want to enjoy that one. The French martini.
Well,
is
hey,
me, so.
and if there's any time for science begotten, it's been the last few years. So let's go with.
Get out.
I'm just teasing. Let's go with 1.5 ounces of our Plymouth gin, and we are doing our Navy strength because, again, just like John and I have talked about in past streams, it wasn't the wormwood that was giving everybody hallucinations. It was the 170 proof alcohol they were drinking. They came out of people's bathtubs. That was making them hallucinate. All right, so we have our.
And now that I'm done with vermouth for the night, I'm going to put it in the fridge where it should be.
Thank you, sir. Hey, did you date it?
Ooh.
Ah.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Oh, it even has a little space on the. It has a space on the bottle for that once open.
Yeah! Oh, they've stepped it up. Hold on. Don't move, John. She's gonna get it. She's gonna get it on zoomed in so everybody can see.
Once opened, keep cold.
Do it.
Yeah. So I think a lot of Americans don't know this, that vermouth is just slightly overproof wine, so it's not full liquor like gin proof, so it's going to go bad if you don't refrigerate it. So that bottle of vermouth that you bought 4 years ago, it's at the back of some cupboard somewhere, throw it out.
That's right, Lucif. You have to refrigerate. So I want to tell you a secret that all bartenders know, and everybody should know. Maybe not all bartenders. And you might, let's say, if you are working in a bar that you're blowing through enough red wine, you might not even know this, but all wines should be refrigerated. Your red wine, even at the end of the night.
After you open it.
After you open it. Sorry, thank you, Bree. After you open it, maybe a month, you might want to taste that. You're already going to taste the difference in your vermouth after a month. Start refrigerating. You might just want to swap it out. It might still be good. It's still winter time where I'm at, so if it's been relatively cold, you should be okay. Sometimes I keep certain things in the garage because it's cold enough and they stay fine longer. But otherwise, yeah, you're going to want to go, I'd say 2 months is going to be your limit in the fridge. 2 weeks is going to be your limit out of the fridge. After a few days out of the fridge, you'll already see oxidization. Yeah, let's say that 10 times fast. And you and me both. That's why I bought a second fridge. That's the most privileged shit I've ever said in my life. But booze is that important. Or drink it faster, yeah. Or like some of our other friends, or a kegerator. Some of our other friends, you might want to do a small bottle of vermouth that you can do, that you can utilize a little bit faster. There's also some tricks that I can give you that you can stretch out the longevity of your vermouth so that you can make it last a little bit longer, or even freeze it after you infuse it with something else.
Welcome, Loriander.
Hey, Loriander. Hold on, I was just reading Tarts. I want to hear about what kind of wines.
Garage wine.
We're just talking about garage wine.
Welcome, Loriander. Sorry, we're just talking about garage wine. No big deal. I do have a lot of things that I keep outside during the winter. Not even as many fortified wines, but I can see the longevity of it. The things that I have out there right now, though, are vermouth. That's the biggest thing. Thank you, touche. All right, so let's get our bitters in here. Let's get shaking and stirring.
Wait, did you already put gin in?
Oh yeah, I got gin and vermouth in. Where have you been, party?
Stop yelling at you to keep going.
All right, so we're going to throw in 3 more dashes. And I want to remind everybody that when you do your dashes, make sure you see this weird ass way that I'm holding this dasher bottle? This is the weirdest way, but this is the right way. And this is because we are doing a full up and 1, 2, 3 pour, and then bring it right back over. You're letting gravity do the work for you. It's awkward at first. But just start practicing, you'll love it. It really, really works as far as consistency and a pure ribbon every single time. And everybody knows that I'm a nerd for these ribbons.
I felt like I was in a Pilates class right then. 2,
Did you?
3.
1, 2. John, I'm really tempted to do a Regal shake with this one, but I know we're not going to do it. I don't want to, but I'm like, oh, I could see how it's going to make this one taste really, really good.
Why aren't you going to do it then?
Because John's already doing stirred and I'm already doing shaken, so I feel like that's enough of a difference that I don't want to change it up. Wait, are you doing a Regal stir? Are you peeling already?
Alex likes your
Oh, I'm peeling so that I'm just ready to go when we.
All right, let's do our ice. You ready?
I'm not doing a Regal stir.
Okay.
No, just being ready.
No Regal.
Yeah.
Let's do
Ice.
our ice first.
People want more of a dash.
Sorry, John. I'm just giving them what they want.
You can't even see.
All right, I'm shaking. He's stirring. But I don't want too
I want to see
much
you stir
dilution.
and shake at the same time again. Or stir 2 drinks. Or shake 2 drinks. I just want to see you use all of your hands.
You know, I will say there's something that feels fucking amazing about crushing, like making like 30 drinks in like 15 minutes and doing shaking and stirring and all that stuff. And as soon as you're done, your like body feels good. Some I haven't felt in the same way until I do this.
That's it. It's like drink making workout.
Oh, yeah, well, that's what we should do. Some drink making Pilates.
It's like workout videos. This is a thing.
All right. I'm grabbing a coupe, John, because I want to go super medium classic, 1900s classic, coupe style. I don't know why Brie keeps laughing, but here I am.
I'm going to do another Nick and Nora for consistency.
Okay.
I know people think I wrote off science, but there's science in what I'm doing here. Keeping certain variables constant.
Hell yes, there is,
Thank
sir,
you.
and I really, really appreciate that.
I appreciate that.
Loriander, 4 o'clock in the morning, Amsterdam. Welcome in. I hope you've had a hell of a night. Copenhagen. I'm sorry, not Amsterdam. Thank you, John. Hope you've had a hell of a night. It's nice to see you. I'm Alex.
Oh, cocktails and core. I'm liking it.
Hey, Tarts, I'm all about it if you could teach me how to use my core, because currently I am fucked. I constantly have people talking to me about my core. Just use your core. And I'm like, I don't know what that is. What do I do?
Yeah, Billy, remember, I saw you earlier today, socially distanced, of course, and I saw you try to pick up some takeout food. How'd that go?
That one terrible. I got the body and I got the back and hips of a 90-year-old gymnast. It's not good.
So,
Want some things out.
let's let's get some core in.
Yeah, I gotta do something. So hey, if we can trade core for cocktails, fucking there. All right, so Loriander, thank you. I appreciate it, and it's just nice to see you again. Thanks for being back. You haven't even been with the best of it. You are gonna, if you stick around for breakfast with us, you're gonna have we're gonna have barbecue for your breakfast. Just wait for after hours. We're there. Like John, I can already taste it.
Oven's on.
Oven's on. Perfect. All right, first, let's get to finishing this 50-50 martini before we crush it with our French martini. You ready?
Let's go.
All right. So, orange peel. And I am, again, going to hold my orange in this very strange way and peel towards my thumb. And I'm going to hold it over so I can get a little bit of a spray on my cocktail before I do an expression. And then I'm going to express. And get even more oil over the top before I trim. Alright, so I want this to be big and sexy and long. So since I have a great peel so far, everybody saw how big that was, we are going to use it and trim only the edges, only the pieces that don't have pith behind them. And as you turn it around, you can actually see, not sure lighting in here. Where should I go? What do you think, Brie? Can you see?
Yeah, it's good.
So you can see the edge where the where it's a little bit lighter, a little bit more light shines through. That's the part I'm getting rid of for the most part here. So you can see I've cut right along the pith, the other side, and then we have this edging there. So that's the only part I really, really want to get rid of. Now that we've already done our expression, just going to keep our little parallelogram. Wow, say that 30 times fast. Parallelogram, nice and wide, and I want to get a fun, funky, old school twist in this. I don't think Jerry Thomas had time. Cowboys shooting at him and all that malarkey. And there we go. Let's get that up on board. Chambord, sorry, you gotta hang out over here with me while Pac-Man. Bree, you mind switching us up? Oh, never mind. Bree's getting ready. John, yours looks amazing. That Nick and Nora is sexy.
Change it to John first.
Compare with the earlier one with legs.
John should be bigger
yeah.
and Spinner should be smaller. Can you make that happen?
No. So,
And by the way,
No, we don't have that,
Yeah.
but that's okay.
Oh,
I like the
John,
spinner.
there you
everybody
go.
should.
Hypnotized.
Am I tiny in the bottom?
No one can see your face.
Oh, perfect. Let's put that back. Where should I be?
There.
Here? Okay. So
That spinner though.
it's spinning.
Yeah, where's Kinderleth?
Where is Kinderleth? He hooked us up. We miss you. If you're here and just kind of hanging out quietly, we love your face. Tongue twister. Thank goodness. Fair Wilkin. Ferris. Sorry, Ferris.
Billy can't read. I have him.
Thank goodness. She
All right,
helps.
John, we're going back to John.
John, how's it taste? Let's go in for it. Cheers.
Oh, cheers. All right, let's do it.
Hold on. I gotta get. You have another? No. You
What do you
don't.
want me to do?
Can't do it. This feels too sexy. I almost want to. I need a good
Okay.
shot right now.
Alright, what? No.
Yeah, there's no way to do it.
Where's the SLR?
Take a mental picture. Perfect. What do you think, John?
I think this is definitely my so I've tasted 3 different martinis tonight. I think this is either 1 or 2, number 1 or number 2.
Tim!
Uh,
I love you for being here right now. Sorry, John. I got very excited about one of our friends. Tim just joined us. Last time I saw him, he and I were hanging out at Creepy's. So sorry, John. I got excited.
oh, I love a good Creepy's excursion. So
Yes, you do,
by all
sir.
means, I'm just here tasting.
What do you think of the taste?
Yeah, so it's somewhere in between my shaken martini and the my shaken 2-to-1 martini and my stirred 2-to-1 martini. In terms of flavor and approachability, it's a little bit more mellow. I'm not sure I get the. I mean, maybe because this drink has been sitting here for a while, but I no longer get the difference between the lemon oil on top and the orange oil on top. So that's not where I'm seeing the difference. It's more just I taste more vermouth here, and I love vermouth, so
Yeah.
I like it.
Between your stirred and stirred?
Yes, that's what I've been comparing. I like the 50-50 better, just because I like to taste more vermouth.
Gotcha. Loriander, we are using Plymouth Navy Strength tonight, and we are using Dolan here. I'm going to put that on the spinner. We're going to put both of those up there. We are using Dolan Dry. I'm going to throw Regan's up there as well. I know you have probably at least Regan's. Actually, Loriander, tell us what kind of vermouth that you have available to you in Copenhagen, where you're at. That's right, and I'm glad you're enjoying that Negroni, Ferris. That's fantastic. John, do you remember Tim?
Oh, I haven't seen him since. No, welcome in, Tim. Not since New Year's 2019 or 2020. That's right. Not this most recent New Year's.
Right.
Crazy.
Happy to have you.
And then the
Thank
wor-
you for
and then
being
the
here,
world went to
Ferris.
shit.
Okay, let's see. Loriander said that Dolan is okay. Yeah, there are better products. 100%. Tartards. John, I appreciate the taste of the vermouth more in here as well. I find it interesting that when I'm doing... so the orange is obviously predominant in this particular version, right? The orange stands out because it's not only accentuated between the orange bitters, but the orange peel. And I will say that bitter orange peel, which is specifically different than the orange peel that we're using right now, is actually a main ingredient in vermouth. Bitter orange is a particular, I will say, North Africa, Southern Europe grown product. It is Italy, Croatia, and below for this particular product. So that makes sense that the orange is like kind of killing us. But the weird part for me, John, is that I feel like this one seems hotter than our last cocktails. Here, try it again.
I disagree.
I want to hear Bree. Bree says she disagrees. I want to let me hear more from the two of you.
You said this one is hotter?
For me. Yeah.
I disagree.
On my exhale, I should say specifically, I have a hotter bite on my exhale than I did with either one of the first two cocktails.
Okay, that I agree with on the exhale.
Okay.
But like,
John, hold on. John, get that exhale. And then tell me.
I got it,
Please
okay.
tell me more.
but the stirred on the last one, on the original martini,
Mhm.
was the hottest. Was hotter in general, like full
Yeah.
intake, outtake.
All right,
Yeah.
that's true. And I have to preface with the fact that I've been drinking straight tequila for hours, so maybe it's just finally kicking in.
What's been in the sippy cup this week, Billy?
Well, I have been without what we lovingly call mama juice around here because I've won Brie over with it. Look at those great hands. Well done, thank you. All right, my hand model.
Pick it up a little bit.
So she, in her excursions today out in the real world, out in the before land, got some Espolòn, which is like our favorite, like mid-level
We have
sipping.
not drank half of the bottle, by the way.
Oh no! I filled up the other bottles. I like having little bottles around for most of the time when we show everything and do that. So we had a big bottle to fill it because they're on sale. Why not? OLCC, y'all. Check it out before you go to the liquor store so you know what's what. And then you also know what your liquor store is hiding from you before you get it there as well. If anybody's local, you know if they have a few bottles of
Liquor
something in the
search.
back that they're like, wait, what?
Yeah.
OLCC liquor search.
Yeah. That's happened to me. I've gone to the whatever cognac section and I'm like, pretty sure that said they had 12 bottles. Where are they? And they were behind the counter, not in the cognac section.
Yeah, and it happens a lot. In fact, it will happen to such a level that sometimes places, the owners will buy certain bottles that they want to keep for better folks. Oh, please, here, let me share. Not that I need more.
Have you heard of Drapo or Drapo Dry or Ferdinand Star Dry that Loriander is referring to?
No, I haven't heard of either one of those, but is there any way that you can write them down? Because I wonder if we can, because of vermouth and on a lower alcohol level, I wonder if we can import them. Loriander, we are down for trying new things. We have a friend another friend who's in Europe who has been able to hook us up with a couple cool Spanish vermouths for us to try. We are all about, like, especially John and I and Bree and I are nerdily into the botanical blends that are afforded different kinds of vermouths and how we enjoy sipping them on a nightly basis as opposed to going full cocktail every night. Now that we're hitting our stride. 21 was a lot easier to do cocktails every night. You feel me?
We can get Drapo from Washington.
Oh, nice. Bree just found out we can get Drapo from Washington.
Ferdinand is German. We have to pay $70 in shipping.
Oh, we can't get $70 for shipping for Ferdinand, but who knows where we can go from there. Yeah, Ferris, we are all about some of those Spanish ones. They seem to be accessible, and we've had some very good luck with the ones that those who know have been willing to expose us to. So, anybody out there, we are open to your suggestions. We want to bring you new flavors. We want to know about new stuff for ourselves. We're constantly trying to push ourselves for cool shit. John, am I jumping ahead of myself? But or should we jump into our last martini iteration? Thank you.
Incantation.
Incantation.
I don't know.
Sorry, I'm just getting entranced by the thought of German vermouth,
Yeah.
which is where we get the word vermouth from.
Really?
Vermouth, which is the German word for wormwood.
So wormwood was a standard ingredient in German vermouths, then I would gander.
That I'm not clear on why that became like the English. I just happen to know it. Vermouth is wormwood in German.
Tartarts! Sorry, but yes, I'll accept tips in form of anything. Mainly,
We're gonna get the vermouth QR code down below.
Right.
I'll just scan that.
or maybe just throw us some tips on the on Venmo or PayPal, and John and I will take those tips we will turn them into international vermouths so we can talk about them more.
Let us know what international vermouth you want us to buy with your money.
Right? Exactly. And as you know already, everything that you've already been willing to tip us with, we have put right back into the show and making it better. Now that's why you can hear John's racetrack. And you can hear Bree a little bit better as well. We have been able to step up and get our microphones updated thanks to everything that everyone's been willing to give us.
Sorry, everyone.
Yeah, and that's it. Why'd you say sorry?
Because they can hear me better.
Oh, apparently Bree says sorry, and the fans say we want more. So who knows what the fuck we're working with. But yes, Lucifer Vermouth. Vermouths. I am nerdily excited about finding more out about that and the origins. And yeah, as everybody knows, so far right now, I am all about trying to make some accessible fake vermouths for everybody out there that's not drinking. And I think I've been fairly successful. Non-alcoholic, yeah. I think I've been fairly successful so far, but I'm having such a good time with it. I'm exploring more. John, thank you for saying that. You enjoyed the Blanc vermouth I hooked you up with?
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
It was nerdy fun with the with that particular seed lip flavor, I feel like, as well. Cheese! Oh my god.
Team Bree.
They remembered cheese from the beginning, Lucif.
She knows.
Well done.
I mean, my name's Bree. It's a little, like...
They do. They love Brie.
I appreciate Tarts appreciating my sass, because I think it's an underappreciated quality.
Obviously not. I married you. It couldn't have been a completely underestimated. Maybe in the academic world.
Stay tuned for that story at After
Yeah.
Hours.
Get ready for a party.
Okay.
All right, but first off, let's finish up with the French Martini tonight, brought to you by one of our favorites. Actually, tonight it's Bon Vivant's PDX. Last week it was Margarita Nose. Apparently, their love for booger sugar is not the same as mine. So they've moved on from that particular naming. Bon Vivants.
You know, I always thought Margarita Nose was because they liked margaritas. I didn't get the connection.
Sorry, John. That was all an ode to our friend, that white horse of cocaine that you.
Nose candy. Got it.
Nose candy. Yeah, it was.
Are we sure?
Yeah.
Margarita, I mean...
These Bon Vivants
Bon
can attest to this themselves if you'd like for them to, but I wouldn't lead you down the primrose path otherwise. True story, see? I'm not a crazy person.
I mean, haven't we all dipped our nose in the salt of a margarita cocktail and...
Really felt the burn?
Right?
Yeah. My favorite, and I'll only touch on it. My favorite about this whole thing was that what you just said. We've all had that. My family was like, oh, as long as knowing that their kids all like snorted coke. My grandparents were like, as long as you don't smoke pot, everything's okay. And I'm like, but I'm pretty sure they blew their whole allowance on booger sugar. I don't know if that's better. Not sure. But now they're in the stock market in horses. It's not great. Alright, so let's get started before I say something more dumb. Let's do
our last martini of the night.
Our last martini of the night. Thanks to you thank you again, Bon Vivant PDX. We are going to do a French martini. And as I always try and do it, we are going to build into the glass. And John, you and I had a debate at the beginning again. Do you want to stick with gin? The true call is for vodka here.
Oh, I kind of want to leave it to the chat. So the French martini as written calls for vodka, but we were considering sticking with the gin that we've been using all night. Mm-hmm. What do you think, folks? Do we do gin or vodka?
All right, you got vodka from Bon Vivant. I'm going to do that. So I'm going to stick with vodka. I have a local one here. John, everybody up is for John now. Gin always from Tart Tarts. All right, I think that's our vote. Anybody else have a opinion one way or the other? I prefer gin as traditionalist. I'm
right.
Alex.
Taste test. Come on, everybody.
Hold on. Yeah, we might as well. Oh, half pours. All right.
Or
I'm
just
down.
make me one with gin and make you one, like, make two. Can we make two? And then we can try?
John, let's see, what are our, yeah.
My resources are limited. I think I see a couple votes of gin, so half pours. No. I saw 2 votes for gin. I'm going gin.
Okay, how about this? Bree, can you grab the other shaker for me? There should be one more shaker over there. I'll go both. It's gotta be shaken because
we're shake 2 at a time.
I am, girl. Shake it. So we have citrus.
Ooh, nice, Ferris. Splitting the vote.
Right.
Ooh, actually, wait. Actually, that's an interesting idea. Like a split shot into the one drink.
Oh. John, do you want to do that? And I'll do solid gin and solid vodka. And you do half and half?
I'll do half and half. Sure.
Okay.
Give the people what they want.
Yeah, I feel like with the your Plymouth gin, it's going to be really, really soft either way.
Wait,
So it's
I don't get the split shot. Can someone explain that to me?
So the split shot Bree just brought up, the split shot that Ferris is referring to is going to be taking that 2-ounce vodka and splitting it into 1 ounce gin and 1 ounce vodka for the split shot.
In the same drink, though?
In the same
I guess
drink.
vodka's...
Because all that does is soften the vodka flavor, and so you're going to get a little gin, a little vodka for the whole thing. And again, gin is vodka fortified with botanicals most of the time, and a little bit more heavily filtered. Like Reka that John has behind him is a fantastic Icelandic vodka that is going to be like 4 times filtered in charcoal, if I'm correct, John. I believe I am. Could be wrong. I have been known to be quite more often than right. And would you do me a favor, grab that bottle or that can of pineapple juice?
Yeah. Wait.
I've already got the sham. Oh, never mind. I got one. I forgot. I'm so far.
Was the first martini you made considered a Vesper? Loriander wants to know.
The first martini was not a Vesper because it was not utilizing sweet vermouth within that. And then, if I do believe correctly, a true Vesper should have gin and martini in it.
Wait, gin and martini?
Yeah, or I'm sorry, gin and vodka in it as well. There's a
so
balance
it's a split
of
shot,
it
then.
is a split shot, but it is not a 1-to-1 split shot.
Wait, I want a sweet vermouth martini.
Yeah,
Let's
that's a
try
Vesper.
that.
We'll
Maybe
do that, but
later.
we'll get a little bit
Okay,
closer to John and I talked about it. We had these strange variations already. Loriander, you are 100% right, but we'll do that a little bit closer. The Vesper happens to be one of my favorite cocktails, so well done. And as I do it, I love utilizing a larger amount of heavily botanical gin. And the Pacific Northwest here has really afforded me some fantastic botanical gins. Let's see, we now have in our wheelhouse Vivacity for super botanical. Aria is a medium botanical. But we also have the River Rain from Jazz Spirits that John has behind him as well. That one is a great over botanical gin. I will say the precursor to all these was Aviation. That started us off. Loriander, well done. Thank you so much. And don't forget, so Loriander, here's my thing. I don't care about me being American. I can convert. And secondly, Loriander, please make sure that the next time you make a Vesper, and if you're making one right now, please do a Regal shake. Take a nice full peel. Don't trim it down. Squeeze it and drop it right into your shaker. Go ahead and seal it up and then shake it. Afterwards, you're going to do another clean expression with a brand new peel. It will change your life if you're a Vesper lover. It is the amount of lemon that is needed. You have a little bit of bitter from the pith, a little bit more oil that is expressed within the drink and emulsified before you get the lemon oil on top. So shoot for that. All right, John, sorry to hold up on this French martini. Let's get started on this bad boy.
Let's.
All right. So, are you doing the split shot, John?
Yeah.
All right. Party.
Again, as written, it says 2 ounce vodka, but I'm doing 1 ounce of the gin we've been using and 1 ounce vodka.
All right. So I'm going to do 1 full vodka, and tonight I want to rep our local New Deal distillery, which is going to be Portland. It used to be Portland 88 vodka, which was an easy thing for me to remember. Now it's Portland vodka, which is 90%. And I don't know why, but the Portland 88 really stuck in my brain. Sorry, y'all. You're still awesome no matter what. I can't believe I lost my... Yeah, I forget my hand motion. Next up, Plymouth for me. John, I can't wait. I definitely need another 2 ounces of Navy strength gin in my body.
You're gonna get it.
Here it comes!
Hook it up to my veins.
Okay. And then, so I got gin, I got vodka. Next up, we're going to do pineapple juice, and it's 1 3/4 ounce. So I'm going to keep mine on my tinier side. John, you have a great jigger with a 1/4 ounce. So if anybody wants to go 1.5 on one side and then a 1/4 ounce on the other, if they have a jigger like that, if they have one like me, go ahead and stick with 1 full ounce. Hitting that meniscus like we talked about, and then 3/4 ounce. Not hitting a meniscus, flat across. It's subtle, but it makes a little bit of a difference. And again, if you want to make this over and over again and have it taste the same way, or have it taste as good for your friends as it does for you, you're going to want to try and hit some sort of a standard. And again, it doesn't necessarily matter whether you have a jigger like we do, or you have a shot glass. Just kind of get it the same every time if you can. Chambord, John, this is what makes it French. And I've kept the little Chambord, the tag here because I was dying. Bree's dying over here because I had this in my pocket.
Can we see that? Can we see that bottle?
Yeah. Oh, let's get the bottle up there. Thank you, John.
That is a notable bottle.
It is a beautiful bottle, and John picked that bottle up for everybody today, and he was nice enough to split it with me and let me keep the pretty one so everybody could see it on our spinner. Just going with Pac-Man and Toad. We stuck with friends that were...
Where Chambord belongs.
Right, like Toad has a hat that's a Chambord bottle, and Pac-Man's body is a Chambord bottle, so we just stuck with that shit. We were like... Let's keep it. If we could have got Kirby in there, we might have drank him. So
I licked it.
Bree licked it.
It's okay.
So what is Chambord? What does the tag say?
So believe it or not, Chambord is, and I always thought it to be a raspberry liqueur because that is what it is noted as. But as I'm diving into the tag today, I'm a little shocked. Apparently, it was inspired by a luxurious raspberry liqueur. And according to legend, it was produced for the French royalty as they to commemorate their visit to the Loire Valley in the 17th century. Now, again, I just thought it was raspberry, John, but apparently it is an infusion of the finest raspberries along with blackberries, and then these are blended with exotic flavors of black raspberry, black currant, Madagascar vanilla, and cognac, which makes sense because cognac was the back in the day when this was developed, that was the extracting spirit that was used. It was the most readily available spirit made from grapes. Now we have so much to use. We have corn and different wheat and different types, but yeah, grape was kind of the standard where you got your flavor infusions from, and all of your liqueurs started, just like Grand Marnier.
So let's make this French then.
Solid. Let's make it French.
Oh wait.
I don't know where the pineapple came from. It's French Hawaiian. Did the French colonate Hawaii first?
What
Maybe
was
they
that
did.
ding? That was exciting.
What was that ding? Do you have a gong?
I might have.
We need a gong. for
Might have
you,
hit something.
I think that's just what told that yeah, I can't talk.
So Loriander wants to know what we think of Sip Smith gin for martinis.
Sipsmith gin.
I like Sipsmith.
Yeah, I do too. I actually have it up in the cupboard. I have their. Do you want to grab it? I have 2 different kinds actually.
I think I've only ever had it in a fancy tonic. I don't know if I've ever had it as a martini.
It's good. My Sipsmith's claim to fame and why I appreciate the flavors that they're producing have both go together. It's right up top in that top shelf. Did you find it? And it is the fact, John, that they don't put, they actually make their gin and then they put the full solid botanicals directly into their gin mix and then re-distill it one more time so that they get the full flavors out of it. Some have been known to distill their botanicals separately so that they can more formulaically add it in there. But I appreciate the boldness that Sipsmith gets from it.
So specifically for a martini, thumbs up, thumbs down.
VSOP, I believe it is. No, the VJOP. VJOP Martini.
VSOP.
No, VSOP is brandy and cognac.
Oh, that's brandy. Oh, gin has its own thing. Okay.
Gin doesn't. Breeze lost. She found the slow gin, I think.
Well, that's all I can find.
Is that the only
They have
one we
that
got?
too.
Okay, come on over. Here. At least we got one bottle. Sipsmith, slow gin, actually using slow gin berries. Love that you brought it up. Let's put it on
Slow
the
gin, that'll be another episode.
Oh yeah, it will. We'll do a slow gin fizz. I'm gonna try and sneak out for a minute and see if I see the VJOP. And it might not be there. Maybe I drank it all. Oh, looks like it is.
There's that Sipsmith slow gin.
Have I had the Sipsmith slow gin? Or are you
I don't
holding
think you
out?
have. So the unique thing about it is it uses a slow berry.
What's a slow berry?
Help me out with that. You have the oracle with you. Did I get my?
Anybody in chat can rate 3 to what is a slow berry?
Oh. Right? Who can beat her there? Now, John, I did read one more old style French martini that actually called for 2 ounces of vodka, 1 ounce of pineapple, and 1 full ounce of Chambord. But this one still sounded more like more of the first one. It sounded a lot better, a lot less sweet to me, as well. All right, you ready to dive in?
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
What's next?
So let's add. So we added. I already got my 1/4 ounce of Chambord in. Did you get your 1/4 ounce in yet?
Yeah.
Let's just go
Yes.
ice then. And I'm shaking both of mine. Yep. Oh, can you grab me a little more? Bree's got the hook up on the ice. Cognac rum, amazing combo. I agree with you on that first. And French and Jamaica, I'm just catching up on that chat. Yes, sir. Bree's giving me just a hot, that's enough. Just a little bit more ice. Thank you, love. I'm very excited about trying these 2 out. You know what? We were only planning on doing 1 though, and we had a super 80s style martini glass. So we definitely need. Want to grab just a coupe, or not a coupe? Actually, grab a old-fashioned glass. We'll do that one with the gin. That'll be okay. Don't worry. Don't be scared.
Old-fashioned glass.
Like a rocks glass, like the ones we're drinking tequila out of before this party started. All right, Johnny, ready to shake?
Yes.
Here we go. I'm double shaking. Got that nice feel on your buddy? Feel on your hands? All right, you're good right about now. It's like a workout film.
That's what we're saying. Tart-tarts.
You got a good plan there. I'm sticking with you for partying.
That was your tart.
That's.
all we got.
I just need.
We have like baked potato.
I did, but I'm using this fantastic 80s style martini glass. I'm digging it. All right, everybody. Oh, you know what?
Double strain?
We definitely need double strain. We have a lot of juice on this one, John. So I'm going my vodka first, so that because that's my only variant. And check out that great ribbon. I got a little frothy, yellowy pink hue. And then I'm going to do my gin separately. It's like a light caramel color. I wish it was actually a little bit darker with Chambord, I won't lie. For presentation wise. We haven't even got to taste yet.
This one does not call for garnish?
It doesn't, but don't you feel like it needs something? Let's see. Let's have a taste, and we'll try it, and then we'll see whether or not it needs it. I'm going for vodka.
All right, cheers.
Cheers, sir. Bon Vivant PDX. This is the most 80s martini I could ever have, with the like floral fruitiness that is just.
Lucef's recommending an herb.
You mean a herb, Lucef? Oh shit! What kind of herb do we put in there?
I don't know. I haven't tasted it yet.
Do you want gin or do you want vodka? Here, have some
I
vodka
don't know. I want both, but I don't know the order.
John, what kind of herb could you think of for this one?
Seems like
Yeah, like a sprig of. Well, yeah.
It's fruitier than I expected. Sorry, John.
I feel like I don't know taste-wise, but just for visuals, it would look nice with a sprig of rosemary or anything like that stood out.
This is delicious.
Thyme.
That's really good.
What's this one?
That's the vodka. Here, you want to try the gin? What do you think of your one to one, John?
It's good. It's better than I expected.
Wait, Bon Vivant, did you have it with a garnish? Should it have a garnish? Lucef, I'm with you on the time, actually. I was thinking lemongrass or...
Basil could work, too. I agree with her. Because pineapple and basil are good together.
Basil, rosemary. John, you got anything you can grab right now to try?
I'm not going in the backyard. Do not ask me.
Okay, never mind. You can't get Bree to go in the
I don't think I
backyard
have
right now
anything.
this late at night. Lemongrass does sound nice, tart.
There's a dog poop forest out there that I'm not gabbing in.
You can get to the lemongrass from the house, though. It's right there. You know what? I'm gonna throw it for a loop only
Is
because
this the gin?
that's the gin.
I like the gin.
I want to stick with the tropical flavors, and I want to get an offset dry citrus flavor in there. And the way I'm gonna get that is lime or lemon. Lime's gonna give me a lot more of that brightness. So let's give it a shot.
A lime peel?
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a shot. I just want to know what it's gonna change, and I'm going with the lime peel on the
I
vodka
think that's a good.
portion. I know that lime complements gin, so if this works for the vodka, it's definitely gonna work for the gin.
If there was video, I would do it for y'all. But
Can you?
Are you expressing the lime in there?
Of course I did. Yes, express, and then I twisted it and dropped it in. I have to address Tarts. If we could get her a GoPro and a fucking light stabilized on her helmet cam to do this shit.
Recam.
Oh my god, that would be the greatest.
Revision.
And then like a microphone to be like, I can't believe those fuckers are making me do this right now. As she like stumbles upon in the rainy darkness.
if I step in a pile of
Sorry,
dog
I think that'd be like show gold right there. It might not be like Bree's favorite.
That's like
but
Netflix.
people love that.
We need a contract.
That's right. That'd be at least America's home video. America's home. Funniest home videos. Good. I can't.
They're talking about a spin-off Bree Twitch channel.
Done. Let's make that happen. It'll be more popular.
Can I try it with the lime?
It'll be more popular than John and my mukbang.
My
Or
mukbang.
our mukbang.
I'll eat 3 pounds of Taco Bell.
Yeah, except she will. She'll eat that garbage shit. I'll be like in the hospital with her, and they're like, please, they're not going to give you another liver. She'll be like, no,
Liver?
I'll do it.
My liver is way more healthy than your liver.
John, I'm going lime. What do you think? For the gin one now.
Yeah. I gave it a try.
I like what the lime
Yeah,
does
it's
to
good.
the nose of it.
Do you think it
Yeah,
changes?
it adds a little bit to the nose. That's right.
Do you think it helps the flavor though?
I can't taste it as much, but I like the nose of it though.
I appreciate the nose here. Let's see. What are you grabbing for? You're ready.
I'm gonna give this.
Yeah,
a
it was so juicy before. It does. I mean, it's really subtle. It adds a subtle dryness to it because it wasn't. It's mostly a pineapple drink, so.
John,
Yeah,
the
tone it down a bit.
fans
I like
are
that.
asking for your tasting face. Please drink again.
Only tasting close-ups when I'm drinking a Smith and Cross daiquiri. That's the only way you get a
Hey-o!
tasting.
Don't worry, everybody. Those are coming soon.
Do what?
We're having a daiquiri night.
Hmm.
John and I
I
already
can't
have
wait for
planned.
the daiquiri night. I've Googled daiquiris multiple times since our last after hours conversation, and
Right? That's what happens in after hours, folks. Who knows what we're talking about or planning on? You could be there to help influence our bullshit because it may come to fruition.
Be careful what you wish for.
Right? Yeah, exactly. But hey, I think that daiquiri night is going to be awesome for everybody.
Loriander doesn't think this is a daiquiri. I mean, a martini.
Oh, we'll give it to you. I'll give you that. But we were just going with, what we're trying to do, Loriander, is we're trying to expand a little bit, and we were trying to do a new format, and that is start with a classic and pick up a couple variations. Either one from me, one from John, or one from our guests. And so far, that's who inputted for it. So we would love to have your input as well coming forward here in the next few weeks. John and I will roll that out for you hopefully by next month. But we'll give everybody a chance to be able to pick up and actually pick out whatever it is from the bar program we're featuring. You can follow along, get the same book, and pick out one of the cocktails for us. It's only fair and only fun to have everybody who's been there for us actually have some input on how
Where
we're
did
moving
John
forward
go?
with the show.
Is he okay?
I think John's okay. He was typing, and
I'm
you know
okay.
what? His new rad-ass microphone is not only picks up his voice really well
I just saw
and
the
trucks
typing.
really
I
well,
was
but
worried.
it does not pick up his typing at all. So don't worry if you just
So it just seemed like I died.
right. He
I was
died.
like,
He
John
died,
is
but his
gone.
avatar lived
We
on.
need to call back up.
Always check people's.
Sorry,
online
I just
avatar.
had to reply to earlier chat. Don't mind me. I'm good.
I'm so glad you did.
I like the lime. I think you made a good on-the-spot choice.
Thanks,
I'd like
I
to try
appreciate that.
something purple.
And it
Yeah.
was just easy, everybody. I had a lime right here. That was first and foremost. Secondly, was I really appreciate what the scent of lime does to how it affects my pineapple cocktails, and what it does for those certain things. So it was something I feel like I needed also to help me get through that. Through the fruitiness and the juiciness of that cocktail. I needed a little bit of lime of that to balance it out.
So Loriander's saying like you need vermouth, like the idea that like it's like a.
That it needs vermouth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Loriander. We just, you know what? We wanted to throw it out there, and we said, hey, what's your favorite martini? And somebody said French martini, and I said, done.
I
So,
love.
we
I
have to do
actually
it.
really like this.
The people have spoken.
Right. And you know what? I kind of love that it was kind of this fun take on a martini and where these flavor combinations have got us. No one should be afraid to hide behind the flavors that they, or not get the flavors that they like because it's not hip or in style or the coolest shit ever.
Oh, Alex, don't get the Belgians started about French fries.
Right? Ah, damn French fries. I wish we would have fried some of those up with our...
I'm sorry, freedom fries.
That's what I just said.
Fuck! I hate that everybody just mentioned that at the same time.
I like how John mentioned it right when I was
hurt me
hitting.
in my soul. I know you both were on the like America fuck yeah part, but
High five, Bree.
We did it, John.
all right, everybody. It is awesome having
so
you.
Lori, hold on.
What?
Whoa. So she's thinking your French martini should be vodka, gin, vermouth, and topped with champagne. Where's our friend?
Oh.
What's her new name? Margarita News. No, it's 2.0.
No, but that's not what that's not what the cocktail is that they know of. Now, I agree with you, Loriander. That would be a true French martini, not by name, but by true origins. Fuck yes. I'm 100% with you on that one. I love that you are coming correct with your cocktail knowledge at 5 a.m. in the morning. True that. That is some shit right there. Like, that is awesome. Well done. Yes, I can't argue with that. That was too spot on.
I hope everybody tunes in for After Hours, because this is our first non-NA After Hours.
Oh, this is our first non-NA After Hours. That's true. We had NA drinks all last week before we had our After Hours. Tune in. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to reset our stations. Bree's going to join us on camera. John and I and Bree are all going to eat our local restaurants' food with our local breweries' beers and a delicious, technically...
Shot of something.
Shot of something. Tonight it happens to be something not necessarily local, but local to America. For Loriander. Merca, fuck it.
Merca.
For Loriander, if you know, I think we've already talked about Laird's Apple Brandy. Loriander, I think you know about it. Is that right? If you're out there, tell me, because I want to know, like, if you remember that conversation or if you just have it available to you out there.
Well, Tartarts wants Loriander's martini next, but I don't know. Maybe that might have to go.
Holy
after.
shit! Tartarts just wants
We're
to
gonna
see
have to
me.
have a martinis part 2.
Right. Thank you. Rather than seeing me
I don't
beat
have
my face
sparkling.
against the
We
can of
have
martini.
some champagne.
tonight,
It's just not chilled.
Oh yeah, we gotta prepare for that. We will do a martini 2.0, like John said. John, what do you say? One was with where we will try your suggestions for what you think a martini should be, and I am willing to drink it. John's open to drinking it if it is readily available ingredients, and he and I don't have to kill ourselves to get access to. Let us know. We are open to trying them. That's what our whole show is about. Us enjoying things that we have found out that we like, that we think you might like, but also us being willing to try things that you, we might not like, John. It might not be our bag. It might not be our bag, but like we're open to trying those things if you're open to talking to us about it. All right.
I'm just bracing for someone trying to convince us that an AMF is a kind of martini
Right.
because it has
What's
gin.
an
in it.
AMF?
Or
Adios, motherfucker.
or a does it have gin? I don't know. Or Long Island iced tea. That has gin, right?
That does have gin. Yeah, well done. And
All cocktails are just remixes of other cocktails, so Long Island iced tea, you have to try that on martini night, obviously.
I love some Long Island ice.
man, that's a stretch, John. I'm dying inside. Should we say that if it needs Coca-Cola in it, it's no longer a martini? Even if it's just a splash?
I guess what I'm saying is we should be prepared to refuse what the people vote
Oh,
for.
hell yes. This is still what we wanted. Yeah, we'll never not take a pure like veto of some ridiculous shit.
Oh, Tarzar says Long Island iced tea is a Manhattan. I don't know.
Oh,
No.
Tartar does have the cocktail codex, which would categorize these things.
But only
Right.
categorize those things as the category that was created by those that are that wrote that book in 2009 though. So like that is their best guess of what they want to put that in.
Well, what's happened since then? How does that change?
There you go. That's what I was gonna say. Manhattan should be, yeah. It's a martini. There we go. Yeah. All right. I feel a little bit better. All right.
Thirsty therapy needs food.
We need food. Bree's about to lose it.
Okay.
John, he's holding it tight, but that's because he and I have enough alcohol in us. We will see you in 15 minutes for After Hours,
I need food. I need food. I can't deal with this.
where we are having Bark City Barbecue, Level Beer, and we are having shots for I'm Alex. We are having shots of Laird's Apple Brandy tonight for our featured shot. So beer, shot, and food After Hours. We'll see you in a few minutes. Bree, let's sign out with a hot bye, and we will do our standby. We'll see you soon, okay? Bye, everybody. Hang around.
Be right back.
journey into sound. A journey which along the way will bring to you
in speed, in in speed, in speed, in in speed.
Mic back on.
Mic on. We're on.
All right. Hey, everybody. Back to the party. Time for After Hours, where we sit back, relax, eat a shift meal. We have our shift beer or cocktail, depending on who we're having food from that night. And we have a shot. I guess, John, I should say that when we do the cocktail from a particular bar, we're doing a Rainier for every night. So it's really a beer and a shot and a beer and a cocktail, right?
Oh, Billy, the sky's the limit.
That's
I
true. I guess we don't want to limit ourselves,
Yeah,
but that's kind
I
of
was
our
like,
pattern so
Where's
far.
your
right?
Lairds?
Oh, it's right here. Don't worry. Look at Bree's already feeling it. It's been too long since she had Navy strength, John. We had to give her some 100 proof later.
Oh my gosh, I haven't had a drink in
12 minutes.
It's getting to be quick. Everybody get her that booze before we have barbecue. Do you want me to tell the story of Lairds and why we're doing Lairds tonight, or do you want to tell the story, John?
Go ahead, tell the story.
Alright, so Lairds, the reason John and I picked Lairds...
No one can
and,
see your Lairds.
Oops. Thank you, please help me out. Here, you got hands. Vanna, well done. We're halfway to our Florida show, John. Pensacola, here we come!
I'm just doing hand movements. Just keep talking.
So Lairds was the preferred brandy of George Washington. It was part of his contract that was going to be supplied to the troops, to his troops, so that they could remain fighting through the war of independence. and we like it because it is technically it's America's first like brandy in particular, and yeah, it's a nice 100 proof, so it's bottled and bond, and it is it's been around for a long time and continued the same tradition. So we're gonna add it into our shot tonight. John, you talk about Level beer. Everybody's heard enough from me tonight.
Thanks.
I don't know anything about Level Beer except they have video game themes.
And
Yeah, we all got different flavors, right?
Yeah, what'd you
Yeah,
get, John?
see that.
and good beer. What was your flavor?
I got the Sweep the Leg Japanese style rice lager.
That one's
It
good.
looks just like a can of Sapporo, and I love light beer, so that's called to me.
We got Fire Flower, which is a red.
That was my choice for tonight. I
And
wanted to try
then-
Fire Flower.
Thanks to formerly known as Margarita Nose.
Bon vivants.
Bon Vivant. We got, wait, what the hell is this called? Hazy, wait, what's it called?
Was it? I'm not a hazy, but I crush a lot.
Yeah,
I think, is that,
that's it.
Is that what it
Very
is?
tall. We're excited to try it.
Yeah, this is very, very tall.
Okay.
You two got the talls and I got the shorty, but I pre-gamed way harder than the rest of you. So.
Bon
probably
Vivant's with us!
good. Yeah.
I have to take a sip out of the tall,
I'm going straight for the glass with my red because I haven't had a red in a hot minute.
Can you hand me my glass?
Yeah, fancy glass for you two here.
Fancy.
So we got thanks to Freem for our free glassware from
It's-
I don't know 4 years ago.
Billy's idea of fancy and mine are quite limited because this one's got Freem rubbed off and
Yeah, the Freem is rubbing off, but you know what? Freem came and did a really cool tasting dinner,
Ooh.
pairing dinner that we did at when I was working at Ankney Tapping Table, and Chef Will paired really good food with the Freem's beer, and the Freem guys had such a good time that actually he totally remembers the experience. We had so much fun together. Every time I see him, he's like, "Hey, didn't we do a beer tasting like dinner together?" And I'm like, "Yeah, we did." So that's cool to me. But they had such a good time because I really encourage people to ask the brewers some questions that they like felt like they were dumb to ask, but like the brewers are so excited to answer those questions. Everybody's so afraid to talk to them, but they are a wealth of knowledge that want to like really want to like talk about their craft. Like they do that every day. They can't wait to explain their excitement to others. All right, that's enough of that.
Bon Vivant. It's got Let's Play, which we almost order more of, but I feel like we've that's our tried and true, so we expanded. The
We were
Let's
trying to
Play
go-
is fantastic.
Yeah, it is really good. Well done, Bon Vivants. We wanted to try and expand our palates, and look at this fucking color of this red.
It's delicious. I love.
How's your hazy?
It's
It's not
delicious.
crazy hazy.
Would you like to try it?
Crush a lot.
John, wait, did you pour yours or drinking it out of the?
Is it ghost to just go out of the can?
No, go out of the can. I always
Go out
do
of the
rainy
can.
out of the can.
It's amazing.
Ooh, the
it's
red's
really
really
good.
good.
Really light.
Oof. Did you
Yeah,
try
it really
this?
hits the spot.
please. Sorry. John, I'm
I've
glad-
gone, we're at what, 14 minutes without booze. It hits the spot.
Dark darts. John is
You're
the man of the
not,
people.
John. You're not shaking then. So good, perfect.
That said, so, I guess I spoiled the surprise. We are eating barbecue tonight.
There's no surprises. We warned everybody ahead of time. We told them we were gonna do barbecue, and if they wanted to join us, they were gonna need to either hook up with Bark City or who's our first choice was Matt's Barbecue.
Well,
not first choice. sorry.
First,
Bark
our
Ci-
other choice.
Our other choice was Bark City Barbecue or Matt's Barbecue, and then Bark City Barbecue. And if anybody wanted to hook up with us and do the same thing, they could follow along while eating the same fantastic barbecue.
We should probably
that we
put
were-
something on Instagram more than 30 minutes
sooner
before
than
that.
30 minutes. Yeah, that is kind of our plan. Sooner than 30 minutes before the show airs. Yeah, good point. Touche, really.
I was like, who knew about this? Did you text some beeps? Because
She's always got the great ideas 10 minutes before everything happens. Loriander.
thanks,
Thank you for
Loriander.
coming back.
Loriander, we want to know
Thanks.
what we're having for breakfast. Or have you
Yeah,
gone to
right?
sleep? We have questions.
Because we have pulled pork.
Is there a newsletter yet? Yes, there is a
We're
newsletter.
working on that. Tarts, don't worry.
It just hasn't been sent yet.
One more thing we're procrastinating, and all too fine.
Okay, I'm really hungry, and this isn't gonna end well if I don't eat food. So
Hey
let's
John,
talk
what
about-
are you eating tonight? While Bree gets her plate ready.
So we ordered from Bark City Barbecue. We got the same place. I got one of their mixed platters, just some ribs, some pulled pork, and I forget the third thing. And someone commented that this is a lot of meat. This is only half of what they gave me. This is all I heated up. I was like, that looks like enough meat tonight. So yeah, let's dive in.
This is enough meat for me to last. I'm like borderline veg, and so this is enough meat to last me a couple months at least.
The last thing was brisket, by the way. That's beef, and so that is a very slow cooked beef shank, I believe. So a little bit tougher than meat. As my favorite thing about barbecue, it is a meal of people who have made the best out of not so great quality cuts. And that is brisket is slow cooked to make all those fatty pieces kind of loosen
What are
up.
the jalapenos?
And jalapenos are there. Don't worry.
Okay, I got the jalapenos. John, are you gonna partake in your jalapeno candied
Oh, for sure.
jalapenos? Okay. I know you have like.
I love jalapenos.
Okay.
I'm going straight for fat first because that's
What'd
how
you
I
just
do it.
eat?
Just the fat off the brisket.
Uh,
So that's got.
I'm having I just torn the ribs. A good sign of barbecue is when you don't need the sauce, and I am tempted to continue this.
Try it.
without
Although,
sauce.
Oh,
like,
I'm all about that.
Carolina
Like,
barbecue.
ribs without sauce though are my favorite. Carolina barbecue for other things, but ribs without sauce. If they do them right without the sauce, that's even better because I feel like they're hiding stuff with that sauce, right?
I will try the sauce just to be fair, but it is very good.
I have like a.
Also, may have something to do with being 3 or 4 martinis,
Martinis in.
science
They just
martinis
want
drink.
that fat in there, yeah.
Deep.
All right, everybody, I gotta show you. Look at this fat ribbon. I already took the fat piece off the bottom, a little bit of meat, and then another fat ribbon with meat on the top with a great bark. Well
Nice.
done, Bark City. Y'all check them out. In fact, I remember them from being in the Asylum. John picked it up today for all of us, and that was at, where was that again, John? Oh, here.
What's that? It's a food cart pod. I want to say the Rose City food cart pod. I can't.
That sounds right. But where was it? Like, what else was in that pod? How big is the pod? I need information.
Yeah, because now there's
I'm
corn.
sorry. I'm a bad resource. I just went in and got the barbecue and I left. It's on about
In and out. It's COVID.
40th and Sandy.
Okay.
Around there.
Okay.
It's right by my favorite, Dew's Grill.
Wait, tell us more.
Yeah, don't stop
We
there,
don't know.
sir. That was it.
Oh, Dew's Grill, Seattle style teriyaki.
Ooh, don't Billy and teriyaki.
Oh, that's right. You told me about that, but Bree doesn't know. I kept that to myself.
Billy and
Seattle
teriyaki.
style, Korean style teriyaki.
Okay, so
Because Seattle teriyaki is not Japanese, even though it has a Japanese name.
Okay.
I need to know a little bit more because there's like all kinds of teriyaki.
You're talking about food, John. You're
Yeah.
not going to get out on a light description.
So,
here,
like-
Bree.
Teriyaki in general is like been totally Americanized. So when you say like Seattle style, is that because you don't have like experience with other teriyaki, or is it like you just know it's
No.
not Japanese?
No. So Seattle's not a food town.
Uh-huh.
Not known. It's not like New York City or, like
Oh, I got a hot one.
New York style pizza or Chicago's hot dogs. The closest thing that Seattle has is teriyaki.
Oh,
Which-
okay.
It's its own thing. It's generally Korean run, not Japanese at all,
Japanese, okay.
despite the name.
That makes sense.
Uh-huh.
Most are.
And basically it's just grilled, like char grilled chicken, a lot of char, and rice and a side of lettuce and dressing. Usually is
Dress,
like a little lettuce salad, and it's very simple.
but dressing like like a mayonnaise kind of dressing, or like
I want to say a water dressing. Don't pay too much attention to the. It's just there for digestion
okay. I mean,
or reduced guilt. Honestly.
Teriyaki House here is
You don't
very
get it for
similar
the
to
lettuce.
that.
okay.
We have on the west side of Portland, we have Teriyaki House, and that's super similar to me, John, for what you're describing.
Yeah, it was delicious. It was just not. Yeah.
This unknown, like slightly, slightly sesame, slightly salty sauce, like dressing that's on there, but it's tangy enough to offset the rest of the flavors that you're having.
It's vinegar forward a little bit, but like.
Wait, you said a teriyaki house?
Yeah.
Yeah, on Bar.
See, the one in
House
Seattle
on
is just kind of. The one in Seattle is kind of sweet. It's not particularly complex, but it gets you.
Okay.
The way there's a Thai restaurant in every corner here.
Yeah.
At least growing up in the '90s in Seattle, there was a teriyaki place in every corner.
Okay.
Huh.
Now there's
Is that
a
Arizona
Thai
too?
place in every corner
No.
and a teriyaki place in every corner.
You were just
Okay.
obsessed with the Samurai Sam's Peeps. There was not a teriyaki place in every corner though.
I liked places where I could get actual gyoza. After I moved back from Japan, I was like obsessed with places that would really sell
had
gyoza.
gyoza?
Yeah, they really would. They would
I
have
don't remember
gyoza. Samurai
So-
Sam's was her.
Loriander, to address your what does Bree do for a living, I'm a statistician. I do lots of research and lots of data analysis and lots of this stuff. That's what I do for a living.
That's why we got her hooked to help us with all this fun. Step out of that comfort zone.
And we love Copenhagen too. Billy and I we were lucky to go to Copenhagen for like 3 hours and we loved it.
Yeah, I think it was 6 hours, but it was
Was
fantastic.
it 6?
Yeah, it was 6 hours.
Okay. We never found the little
Was it like you had a
mermaid, though.
layover and you're just like,
I go.
You did not.
Let's
We
go.
found it in a book. You lie. We never found it. Wait, you wanted that job in high school? I didn't even know that job
Whoa.
was a job in high school. Wait, go you,
Took her a hot
Tart-Tarts.
minute, Tart-Tarts, yeah.
I liked numbers and data and all things awesomeness, but that's cool that you knew that that was a thing in high school. So that makes me happy. Because I'm all
We're
about
stepping up.
statistical literacy, and that's not something I knew in high school. So
Well, it was
sweet.
only 3 years later, so you're paving the way.
Wait, how do you know?
I have no idea. I'm just
Okay.
guessing. I was trying to make you feel good.
Thank you.
You said a
Like a grandma?
Right. You said a legacy about a decade ago. Well done. I thought that would make it feel worse. Long live the Master!
Yes, yes. What's rolling technique? Wait, am I missing? Breathe the rolling, use shaken.
Yeah, we're shaken stirred, which are our methods of preparation, and then we couldn't think of a third one, so we just made you breathe the perfect, which is not a method of preparation, but a balance of vermouths, right?
Right. Correct.
Rolling. So what's rolling though?
Yeah, bring it on,
Yeah,
Tart-Tart,
I hadn't thought of
or,
that.
Loriander.
Let us know. It's for Bloody
I like
Mary.
rolling because perfect made me uncomfortable, but then Billy described it. I was like, as a drink in drink format, and I was okay with that.
I was like, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. It's perfect.
Built in.
We had considered brie built in the glass,
put
but
that
it
down.
didn't fit on the screen.
Wait, built in glass. Wait, I need more information.
Brie is the built in the glass.
Tart-Tarts,
the
you're
built-in-
letting out all our secrets.
That's a mouthful. Okay, but Loriander explained that we do have this other method of preparation, rolling liquid between the two tins.
Rolling liquid is a thing, and in fact, it's much more expressed in places like, so far that I've seen, Asia, China, Singapore, like places like that, where it seems like people will are there for the appreciation of the technique and the swirl of the flavors. So that is an in between of the stirred and the shaken.
Wait, how's it in between though? What do you do?
Ah.
Like, what's the technique?
Grab me a shaker. Let's do it right here while I eat.
Where are they?
I need a shaker, 2 sides of a shaker and a strainer.
Where are they?
In this thing.
Oh.
Don't worry, Tartarts, I'm on it. Thank goodness. Alright, so we will use my water for a perfect example.
Aeration you get in the roll.
So, it is a technique where you use one hand. I don't remember I needed a strainer, but that's okay. I'll make this work. It's okay, here. It's okay. After hours. It's a party, y'all. Strain, and then a separate strain.
Oh.
And you are actually rolling your ingredients as you go from one to the other. Normally you have a strainer between one.
So are there drinks that that's specific for? Or is it like...
It's just another technique. It's kind of that idea that, like, if you want what you need expressed out of the ingredients that you're putting into your cocktail, right? Like, so John, you and I have talked about, like, there is no one right method for how you create. It's the effect that you want the flavor to be when you end the whole thing. So maybe you want something a little bit more than a stir to a little bit of emulsification, but as soon as you shake it, it over dilutes it. So you need that in between to get you where you're going to be. And technically, some people won't. If you are in a bar that don't utilize your eyes, you will only do a slight pour or a shake.
So you won't stir.
Yeah. It's just a whole new method of doing roughly the same thing. It's just kind of a slow emulsification, but you're really just working on that dilution rate.
Ah. I agree with tartar. Fancy. Oh, but since it's citrusy in it, you can't just shake it. So when you make Bloody Mary, you don't want to shake it and kill it. But since it's citrus,
All right. It's a little bit of both.
You know what? That's like a new thing. Like
But-
Bloody Marys, I've never like developed appreciation for. And I feel like that's like I love pickles. I love like all the things that are parts of a Bloody
Well,
Mary.
here local in town, Anthony Tapping Table is doing a Verde, which is a green Bloody Mary, which is really good. And then my friend Will developed their regular Bloody Mary, which is also awesome. What I've ever done for those, Loriander, is I've shooken them first, poured them into the glass, shaken them as far as a product without the Bloody Mary mix, without the tomato, and then poured the tomato on top and stirred it in.
Oh.
That's been my thing. Radio room, 25 years. I love it.
I like have an aversion to like tomato.
Me too.
So like cold tomato especially.
So the Verde sounds good to you.
Yeah,
right?
the Verde, like has piqued my interest.
They won the best Bloody Mary in Portland, Oregon last year.
I don't think I've ever been.
Brunch.
John, that is on, let's see, Alder and 20th Avenue, 19th Avenue.
What is?
Radio room.
I miss brunch too. Brunch is like the thing I miss. I can make everything else, but like fancy brunch, that's the thing.
John, where's your favorite brunch place here
Whoa!
in
Look at
town?
Loriander. She even grows her own like tomatoes for juice.
Yeah.
We should go. We
Well
should go to Copenhagen.
I agree. They might have the similar climate to us, John.
They
What do
use
you
metric. People, socialist. We should go.
My favorite brunch?
think? Here in town, in PDX.
Yeah.
Him, not her.
Wow. Brunch was such a long time ago.
I know. Brunch.
But like, then that should help you determine where your favorite brunch spot was
Pinball.
for brunch, or your favorite like place to go. Like, we're talking, where's your favorite brunch, not like your favorite place to hang out in that area, around that time.
Brunch.
This is gonna sound touristy, but there was always a good energy of Mothers.
Oh, I love Mothers. Billy and I went to Mothers when we first.
Mm-hmm.
We have like a thing for Mothers too. Brunch is like such a special. I don't know. I love me some brunch.
Oh, for sure.
Not being a morning person, like having someone cook you food in the morning is like the best gift. And like morning meaning like mid-afternoon because that's morning for Billy and I. Naturally.
Ooh, duck eggs though. Sorry, I got
Ooh.
stuck. You're right. That is.
Wait,
that is
Trinket?
my morning time.
Who the hell is that? Oh man, brunch.
Eastburn. I don't even know if Eastburn's gonna.
Yeah,
Have
I
they
don't know.
reclaimed their fame, John? Are they coming back?
Which one?
Eastburn, the bar. I almost worked there actually.
Oh. I only went there for the first time a few months ago during the pandemic. They were doing well.
Really?
Oh, good.
Okay, good.
Outdoor
They
dining
do have a
and
good outdoor
yeah,
spot.
for brunch. Yeah, that was nice.
Brunch.
When I worked at Untitled Chapter table, that was the next like cool spot over there, and a lot of my brewer buddies said that was a good place to work.
Ooh, Seth, I'm happy you're here. Pardon
They've
pardon
been
our
here for a
meat
while.
consumption.
Yeah, they've been here a hot minute.
I just want to.
Don't worry. Pardon our meat consumption. That just hit me. I was like, what?
I don't know. You know me. Ooh, cherry.
Definitely want a Loriander Bloody Mary.
Yeah, cherry. That's actually like a sweet idea.
More vibrant cherry. I like that. Rather than like a heavy tomato or a little bit of ketchup and Worcestershire.
I'm curious in like Copenhagen, like what's Sungold. Okay, I saw it. Sungold.
Okay.
We've rolled Sungolds.
Yeah, we totally have. We're lucky we got some
I love
pretty,
Sungolds.
pretty good growing up here.
Yeah.
John, do you grow anything?
No.
You know where John lives. Don't put
Well,
pressure on
hey,
him.
I got a lot. You never know if that's kind of what you want to do. All of a sudden, you want to I want to have something living. Like, I know somebody who hasn't been really been into gardening, but they just picked one thing.
Oh.
You know, and they rocked it on their patio.
I have some friends around here that are also in an apartment, and they there's a community garden around here.
That's great.
Oh, that's
in
awesome.
this North Kenton neighborhood. So they have a North Portland neighborhood called Kenton. They there's like a Kenton community garden, and they have a plot of land there that they go and pick their own vegetables from. It's just for them.
Oh,
That's awesome. I love the idea of a community garden too, because you can just take care of your little plot and you get to see what everybody else is growing. I love the whole idea of that.
By the way, John, how do you like your barbecue?
Well, people were commenting on this plate of meat in front of me that was apparently too much. It's gone now. I liked it a lot.
Me too.
That's
I'm
great.
digging it.
And they're great peeps. They
Yeah, they're really good people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Super nice. I met them today picking up. Yeah, what's not to like?
Yeah. It's delicious.
Thank you,
Beans
Park
are great.
City.
Everything's delicious. Yeah, thank you, Park City. They have some they really believe in what they do, and I appreciate that.
Which is all we're about, right, John? We want to promote anybody that takes themselves and tries to do a great thing with the product they can do.
Yes. Ferris, are you miss this neighborhood? Are you able to go out and Foster Powell still? I see a lot of I see a lot of news and Instagram places popping up there. So we want to pop over back to the Foster Powell area.
So if Foster
Yeah,
Powell,
tell us, Ferris.
I think of they have amazing Mexican, amazing yeah, that area is awesome. We need Rex though, because we could get food from there too.
Yeah, let us know. I mean, we want to know places that we're missing. You guys got to tune us into the places that we need to see that we're missing out on. We want to feature everybody that we can that is local and doing a great job. Just really on their own laurels, like not trying to do too much, but doing a great thing and really just sticking to it.
Yeah.
John and I and Bree want to feature that, eat their food, and not only that, but like, fuck yeah, we want to eat their food, but we want to feature them and like get more people to eat their food.
Yeah, for sure.
I
So
love it when a
good.
big bite of fat even tastes amazing. I'm like, oh, that was nothing but fat. I'm happy.
When are we doing our shots? That's what I want to know.
Yours are right there. Which is more of a sipper shot.
Are we gonna do it together though? There's like bonding
no,
though.
it's just like a,
No.
that's not how
Okay.
they work.
Whoa! Look at Loriander. Vodka and
Bree wouldn't
fusion.
know, John.
Yeah, it's fine. John, cheers. Billy's a bitch.
I've already had it, so I'm not worried. John Boy Brew is amazing. Chicago style deep dish.
Ooh.
Hell yeah, we're about that.
Wait, Assembly Brewery? I don't even know what that is. I love me some Chicago deep dish. Deep dish is like the pizza that's missed in Portland.
Sprig of onion. I'm digging this too much so with the Sholi Shania. I'm down with that for I believe in that for the Bloody Mary.
Thanks, Tartarts.
Loriander, where I want to go with that is like some fermented garlic. I don't know why, because I like
Fermented, but like, how would you ferment it?
it's called black garlic. It's just a little bit
Oh.
fermented. It's
But,
fermented.
like, you buy
in
it?
Yeah, you buy
Okay.
it, and it's just a little
Is that a
lightly
thing in
fermented.
Copenhagen?
Yeah, it's a thing around the world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like imagine a layer of depth. Yeah. Did it provide? Was it overwhelming with the depth of flavor, or was it better to keep it with the brightness of fresh onion sprigs and garlic? Ooh, I can talk.
You got it out.
Got it out with our red beer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go, Billy. Thanks, Ferris.
Yes, but I used too much. I can see that. So, what I've done with the black garlic is turning it into a tincture and then added little bits in because I was easily overwhelming. 5 years ago. Yeah, it is about
over there.
basically 90% different. Word.
Votes for Martini night.
Woo! No! Thanks, Tarts. We're gonna keep making all of them this much fun. I love you for that. I'll make sure that I drink way more.
Wait. Loriander says we can make our own black garlic. How?
Go ahead, please. Loriander, I don't even want to. Please dive into this because this is
know?
a really interesting. Yeah, it's a
How,
cool.
though?
It's a cool way. Don't worry.
Ooh, yeah, Lucef. I'm with you.
Why would I take that away from Loriander? Let them tell us all about that. It's awesome. And I'm gonna keep eating barbecue.
Yeah, seriously.
John, how are your
Tartas,
beans?
Pizza. Just pizza on everything. The beans are so good.
While we're waiting for directions, beans are great. A little bit spicy.
Yeah,
It's nice.
I like the beans. They're delicious.
Thank you again for getting this to us, John. John picked up this week.
Ooh,
Oh yeah.
Tartarts wants to know how you feel about anchovies, John.
Ooh, for pizza?
I feel like this
specifically
is-
tarts
Oh.
or any day. They're picking on you, huh?
I love anchovies.
You love.
Really?
Great question.
You gotta come over
Yeah.
and have dinner with my mother-in-law and all of us, because I thought Bree and I were, or myself
I don't
and
like
my
anchovies,
mother-in-law were
get
the
off.
only ones that liked the anchovies on pizza. And I can only maybe handle 2 slices, I will say. Then I'm like,
So, two things I have to say about anchovies. One, I was raised on seafood. My dad's from a port town in Germany, and Seattle's pretty similar to that town.
okay.
And seafood.
Okay.
Seafood is big for me. And the second point is I love salt.
I love salt.
Me too. My heart doesn't like
So-
it for it, but
Why would you not like anchovies?
So my problem with anchovies is like purely everything but the salt. Like it's like I just can't deal with the texture. I just can't deal with, like, it's just too much. I'm also, like, borderline, like, non-meat eater. So, like, for me, it's, like, the idea that this was, like, a living swimming thing, like, messes with my brain. But, like...
But we just club those cows, so don't worry.
Stop! Bah! I'm like, I don't know. I like the salt. I love the saltiness because I love saline, anything salty. But like, I don't know. I just have a thing. It's a thing.
And then specifically regarding pizza, I think it has to be a little bit distributed in the pizza.
with you.
I'm not sure if I'm necessarily a fan of like whole fillets
Okay.
on every single slice. I like it a little bit more distributed because a little bit of anchovy goes a long way. My gold standard for this in Portland is Nostrana, which is my favorite.
That's a scissor pizza
Nice
place,
pizza
right?
place.
Scissors.
Scissor pizza.
Okay.
Yep.
Actually, believe it or not,
And-
Raven roasted it too.
What after?
Oh, I don't know.
Whatever.
Oh, okay. You knew
Yeah,
Scissor place
Raven
too.
Rose wasn't known for their
We like
pizza
it
though.
too.
They could
Yeah,
like
they
scale
weren't.
it back.
Yeah, all right.
Scale it back.
My bad.
Okay, so Nostrana, the benchmark pizza is just a margarita pizza. If you want to know if a place is any good, can they do a good margarita
Yes,
pizza?
I'm with you there.
Which they do. And then on the menu it says, add, pay $2, add or however much, add anchovies. So that was my order. It was the margarita, add anchovies, and it was just the right amount of salt. Fishy salt.
I love salt. I just like I don't
The
know.
fishy salt.
The fishy saline salt is like hard for my palate. But I don't know. You know me, I struggle. I'm like on the like line of like
John, can I? Yeah, Ferris, hell yes for Nostrana. It is just fermented garlic, and actually, even Loriander, have you checked into? There is a way to do it even in the oven, and I want to say 130 degrees Fahrenheit, which I don't know how that translates to Celsius like I want it to. Yeah, 63 degrees, maybe.
you just said 63. I love that amount of precision.
1 degrees Fahrenheit, I believe. You will get, and I've heard that there is a slow roasting technique that ends up fermenting in a slow roasting style. I've had people do that.
54 degrees.
Thank you, Tart-Tarts.
Except like the 61, like made me just feel like the full of bullshit.
No, I was way close. But I've heard that that's another way that certain like restaurants will do their fermented garlic to get it ready for. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, I'm back. I'm going back in for another rib.
Lucif says 260 degrees ish. Like how long, Loriander?
It does take a long time.
Like days or weeks or months or
Oof.
years?
I believe if I was right, the technique that I saw was like
4 to 8 weeks, they say.
Oh, I saw 4 days.
Okay, well.
But I believe them more because I believe that there are people that actually like ferment garlic, and there are chefs that will do a quick fermentation to get it close to the right flavor.
Just to like
to get
it done.
Because you need to get the job
Yeah.
done, and you need to have it replicable and everything else. And sometimes you can't wait 4 to 6 weeks. Like, what if it's out of stock and you can't wait 48 weeks for more to come in?
There's a lot of like Germany pride going on, and I love it. Like the fact that like John and
Lucef
Lucef
and
are like
everybody.
Yeah, Fulda.
Buddha!
Cool. I'm gonna have to look up where that is.
I don't know,
Love
but are you sure that's not hello?
no, it's like where they grew.
Stadschloss Fulda.
Yeah, Tartarts, I'm with you. This is like so cool. I mean, I knew about Lucef, but like John, and I knew about John, but this like coming together, it's like what it's all about.
I didn't know about any of it.
You did.
I'm ready for the party. I knew I was from Germany, but you all have very
You're not
specificness.
from Germany.
Oh, I have family from Germany. Northeast Frankfurt. I've heard of that.
Yeah. I think last time I was there, I flew into Frankfurt, but I went south. I did not go to
This is.
north stuff.
Let's all move to Germany.
Fun.
Yeah, Lisa wants to know what years you were there, or like when.
Oh, I mean, I visited for work maybe 2 years ago.
Your but your
Oh,
dad
wow,
is
it was
German
really-
though, right?
It was really.
Is that
really
right, or
recent.
am I remembering that wrong?
Yeah, so I've only visited, for vacation and briefly for work, and then my dad, he's from there. He's quite old. He was there a long time. A long time ago.
Please don't ever.
A long time ago.
Well, that's awesome.
Wait,
Let's
is
see.
your dad from there, or he was there?
He's from there.
Okay.
Let's see, Lucev 8394.
Yeah.
Was that being raised in Fulda? No, so my dad, yeah, he was there, and what were those years before World War II?
I don't know.
The late 1920s, all through the war. He left just after the war. Yeah, so 1930s, 40s. You may have missed each other.
By a hot minute.
Yeah. You were born here though, in the United States.
Yeah, I'm totally from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like back up, Billy and I can't see because we have like large chat, but there was something about like making a drink for each of us. I love it.
I'm down.
I'm down.
Let's let that happen, Loriander. In fact, if you we should have a Loriander show where like we make 3 drinks that Loriander throws at us.
I'm with it.
They've
Let's
been
do
with
it.
us. They've been with us since the beginning, John.
Let's do
Or
it.
the day after the beginning. So why not?
Let's do
Yeah.
it.
So black garlic, Szechuan peppercorn. What else do we need to have on hand?
Yeah. Let us know, Loriander.
We'll have to plan this shit out for sure.
Ingredients. That was a Billy
Yeah,
word.
maybe take a photo of your garden,
Yes. Let's do it.
and then Loranda will work off of that.
Oh,
I love it.
I think I told you I had a great service, a bartending class, a virtual bartending class, just over Skype or something here in Portland, where the bartender asked me to take a photo of, lay out all my liquor in my cabinet, put it all on a table, take a photo of that, and she would make a, what possible drinks could I make from that? It's a very fun experience.
I love
Very
that.
Tailored.
Yeah, you told me
Yeah.
about that when we first
So-
started talking about doing all this stream, right, John?
Yeah, so just, it looks like you have these things. Just go to the store, get some lime juice, and you can make whatever.
This, and this.
yeah.
Yeah.
That was a fun, very personalized experience.
I love that. We're
That's
trying to
awesome.
offer that too, right?
Yeah, we are. We
That's
we
like a
totally
part
want to
of-
offer. That was actually one of our favorite things that you told us about, John. We wanted to offer that to all of our viewers eventually when we do a subscription service.
Yeah.
Like
what do you
stump
got?
us,
And
throw
let's-
us in the challenge, and we'll help us. We'll
We'll figure something out
we'll come
for
up
you.
with some cool shit. Not only could we tell you some classics, but give you some even more cool things.
So Loriander says, each of you give me a flavor you wish you'd be in it, and I will come up with something. We need something like uniquely
3
like
challenges.
Copenhagen, you know what I mean? Maybe like Denmark things that we can't get here.
Oh, more just to make sure.
I don't know. Just
Oh,
for
but
different.
we have
I
to be able
love
to make it, right?
You're welcome to go crazy. They're not afraid.
This is
Well done.
awesome.
Well, if my dad has a vote in the horse in this race, he would vote for elephant beer.
Elephant.
Oh hell yeah!
Billy
That's your
and elephant.
ingredient. Oh my god! You broke me, John. Now I can't pick that now.
I'll never forget when Billy found elephant. This was pre-bartender Billy, and it was like a whole thing.
This is mid bartender Billy.
No, well, okay.
We met when I was.
Okay,
we
look.
met when I was a
about
bartender.
that. I'm not dealing with elephant beer. Fuck that.
Oh, I'm screwed.
Okay,
Loriander,
it doesn't
I
have
believe
to
in
be the
you.
beer.
Make that one Make that one into a drinkable cocktail.
Beer?
Yeah.
That seems rude.
I have several cocktails.
I was being rude. I was being.
You got this. Show him up, right in his face, be like, bam, I got you. If there is a book that you need, it is a French book called The Cocktails on Tap.
We're here, yeah.
It is all beer cocktails. Fantastic. One of my favorites are in here that I've actually called the Mad Hatter in my incarnation. But they're there, and you know what? Don't let anybody back you down with some elephant beer. What can we do with that?
But I don't think Lauriator's
It's
a
8%.
fan.
Oh, Lauriator doesn't love it, but like at the same time, like, how better would it be to be like, fuck it, here's what I came up with. Here's a bright gin. We're trying to think of like the tanginess
Beer?
of that beer.
Nah, I don't know.
Lauriator, I want to see what you got, and whatever you come up with, don't be ashamed. Let's just do it, and if all else fails, I want to try and take it to the next level from there. And I'm sure you have just as much as experience as I do, but let's see where we can take this party.
So John, I gotta say, how good is the the potato salad? It's so good.
It's really good.
I keep like, that's
This
what I
food is
want.
so good.
No, that's what I want is the
It is.
potato salad.
Yeah. And I am very picky about potato
Me
salad.
too.
Because I feel like places here, it's either too bland, too salty, or there's another one. I think Costco potato
Oh.
salad tastes too much like dishwash detergent.
Oh, I'm with you. Totally. I'm like, what were you thinking?
And then this one,
It's delicious.
it has like this green onion.
Yeah.
It's green onion,
Very green onion
but
forward.
it's not overpowering. It's subtle. I could just eat this all day.
Yeah, me too. I'm with you because
I'm
I'm
a fan.
super picky about potato
I
salad.
like their slaw too. Their beans.
Wait,
really
I
good.
didn't even get you slaw. You're an
There you go.
ass.
Kartoffelsalat. Yes, for the
Yes.
German viewers out there. Thank you. Bon
Oh
vivant.
my god, that was brilliant. Was that a? I do believe Bon Vivant. That was a. Yeah, I saw that. It's okay. Some just flew right out of Bree's mouth. Bon Vivant. I believe that was a trivia question. Well done.
How to say Kartoffels, or how to say
What is German potato?
the German?
The German
what that was the
coleslaw.
trivia?
Yeah, exactly. All of a sudden, coleslaw came up to be a big. I believe there was a picnic category.
Mm.
What are foreign picnic ingredients? And that was one of them, I think.
I'm with.
Okay, so I think we've twisted Loriander's arm. He's gonna make something
Yeah.
around elephant, but you two should come up with more challenge ingredients for yourselves.
What's your
That one's for me. The elephant is for me.
I mean, I want like, I want like I'm totally into like the whole Bloody Mary idea of like sun gold and like using like natural. I want
ingredients.
things that are not even French. I want like Copenhagen
Fresh.
Danish fresh, like, and the challenge of that. But like whether we can get it here, I don't know. Yes, Lucif, Tina's imaginary horse, all the time. Woo woo.
I'm with you on that, Ferris.
I will say, you didn't even love beer until you had Elephant. It was like the gateway to beer for you.
That's true. It was my gateway to beer. It was like the.
What's the story there?
I mean, like, we went to...
You actually, this is going to be more familiar than you might remember, but I was not the biggest fan of beer. I drank a lot of scotch in high school and like straight alcohol because I thought,
Such a
why would
nerd.
anybody drink all this stuff that makes their stomachs hurt and makes them really, really full when you can't
Yeah.
even get a buzz out
After
of it?
the Bartle and James. That was like middle school, right?
Bartles and James was when I was 7. Let's not go there.
Ew!
Let's talk about a lifetime of fucking alcohol libations. But that's my story behind that particular one. Wait, what were we talking about again?
I don't know.
Hey.
Beer gateway.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Elephant.
So I started with a Scottish ale from a place called Four Peaks in Arizona, and that started me on my journey of like hoppier, bitter, more malted
Complex.
beers, more
Yeah.
complex beers.
Yeah.
Elephant was my next thing in 8% beers,
Same Lusa.
and I was all
Lots
about
of
that.
tequila.
I did not drink tequila in high school.
I did. It was a thing.
I only wish I drank tequila in high school. Now tequila's like, I feel like that sappy little.
I mean,
that
Tartar's
sappy
high
little
school
creature.
is vodka. High school is also Zima, throwing back to the past.
You remember that?
But, like,
Anybody remember Fern Gully and that little creature?
Yes.
That little acidy like tar creature who was like, a mother's milk. Every time I drink tequila, I literally am like, okay, I'm right back to where I need to be. But before that, nah. Fern Gully, that's right, Tartarts. Welcome to the party. That's right.
Bree's favorite
I'm
spirit.
trying to get my kids to like Fern Gully, but they can't deal with the quality of filming.
You haven't tried that hard.
Yeah.
Okay, so Lori and her my favorite spirits is probably tequila.
Did you not get that? Yeah, for sure.
Mama juice.
Yeah, Mama
Mama
juice.
juice is what she calls it. I want something with macroot lime.
Yes.
I think that's probably.
But like what? Could
What's
you
this?
add macroot lime? No, like what's your go-to spirit without like infiltration? This is a good question. John, we need you to think too.
John, I'm very moody when it comes to my like go-to spirit. It needs to be something with full of flavor. It'll never be vodka.
That I think like scotch, something that you like normally drink by itself, is my idea. But like I don't know.
All right. So what I normally drink by itself is cognac, high proof bourbon, very botanical gin,
Yeah.
or a medium style rum.
John, you're next.
What's the question? Preferred spirit?
Yes. Re-explain. Mama Juice is tequila. Like, especially... Reposado tequila. I could drink it. I could drink it all the time, anytime. It's smooth. It, like, fills me. It has all the things. I'm from Arizona.
It's good on its own, but it's also good in a mix. with a
Absolutely.
cocktail, right?
And, like, there's just something about it. There's just, it fills me up in a way that, like, other straight... Although, like, what'd you give me the other night? The, like, liqueur.
Oh, I
That was
introduced
delicious.
Bree to Bekarovka.
It was delicious. So, tequila's filling, yes.
It's soul filling for Bree. Like I'll say this
It's
about
like
tequila.
a warming...
There's something about it warms your heart and it hits your like olfactory glands with the actual proof of alcohol, and you can just drink it right by itself. That like fills you in a different way. Whereas sour mash, the base of like most whiskeys, hits you in a little bit tartar way, and you're kind of like.
You're a little like
And vodka,
prohibited
you're like-
from drinking more. Vodka straight is like a hell
Right.
no for me.
It just tastes like
I can't
burning.
do it.
But it gets the job done. So
Wait, Becky?
they're calling you Becky.
Me? Tim! I need more.
My favorite is that she knows exactly what your face looks like while she says this to you.
I'll take it. I'm
Right?
alright.
Not many people are like,
John,
you're
what's
like,
your-
we
John-
don't know what Lori Anner looks like, but Ferris, we know what you look like.
John, what's your favorite straight liquor? Like, neat. Get out. Thank you, Ferris. I am a bitch. That's it.
Neat, and we're talking full strength,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Because a part of me wants to answer Amari.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just give me all the Amari.
I love Amari.
But often it's that's what 30% or below
Yeah.
alcohol. So if we're talking more like 45%. used to be really big into Scotch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was
What's
thinking
the
for
one
you.
that you and John both got me into? What did we have
Oh,
last year?
Shackleton, John.
Yeah,
we
Shackleton's a
won Brie
thing.
over with Shackleton.
Oh, cool.
I could. That's my jam. I could do it.
The thing is, this was several years ago. I was really into that, but a couple things. It's gotten expensive.
Yeah.
Scotch is expensive because it's Scotch. And then the other thing is, you know what they say about what was it, clear liquors versus brown liquors? That
Brown.
was it the tannins or something in them that, even though it's the same amount of alcohol, one actually makes you feel more drunk, and
Yeah.
the darker liquors lead to a hangover
Uh-huh.
more
That's
often.
a thing.
So I've been feeling that in recent years. So I've kind of put Scotch on the back burner.
Okay, so we'll remove Scotch. Like past Scotch, like what would you pick to drink?
Shoot. And I do like rum, but rum's kind of cheating because you've got so much variety of flavor there. I mean, like a really nice.
I've never, honestly, I got to stop you quickly. I've never thought about drinking rum on by itself. It's just like not a thing.
We actually just drank rum.
We did?
Yeah, just a couple
Okay.
nights ago.
There's more than there's more out there than just straight Bacardi.
Uh-huh. Oh, for sure.
I guess is my answer there.
And like,
I could have a.
sorry, John.
Yeah, like Tart says, rum old fashioned. Yeah, like there's a lot of rums that would go into that and just be so flavorful on their own in the old fashioned or just by themselves.
Remember,
Wait,
John,
rum
we've
old
done.
fashioned?
We've
Wait, I'm
done.
confused.
Yeah, rum old fashioned is a thing. John and I really appreciate them. In fact, we've done. Let's see, I can't get to it right now because I can't reach. But we've done El Dorado 5-year. We've done, what was the other one? Real. What was it called again? Sorry, I have a few too many. We have the Real McCoy 5-year, but also like one of my favorite rums for. Oh, see here, I thought everything was in. I thought everything.
No,
was
you're over here.
So everything that my favorite old fashioned with rum is Santa Teresa, which is barrel
Totally.
aged Venezuela.
Totally drinkable by itself. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, look at her.
Yeah, that'd be delicious by itself. Thanks, Bree.
That was painful. No, you're good. That's good.
It was painful at first, but I
You
corrected
made it. You made it. The Real McCoy elusive. In fact, because we're not allowed to get El Dorado here in Portland.
Wait,
'cause
why?
Somebody pissed off the El Dorado rep and they won't deliver to Portland anymore because that's how this party
That's
works
mean.
down here. Well,
Yeah, I haven't had that in years. Yeah.
right. So we get Real McCoy 5-year, which is like a
Wait.
little bit down.
What's Farrah saying?
I'm not sure. Becca
I'm
Hope guy
scared.
call her Becky Bree. Oh, because she likes the sweet herbaceousness.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe.
I don't know about how many Beckys like that. I think they'd be like, this is spicy. No, Karen. I guess I'm channeling a Karen right there.
Although Becky's
Should
like
I call the
more like
police? This is
Karen.
spicy. Smith & Cross all day tarts. Fuck yeah. Thank you to John for hooking us up with. Actually, John has pushed me to want to like Smith & Cross more and more since he and I met. So it's awesome. Well done, sir. That's my next bottle that I want to
Well,
get
what's
for
that,
myself.
John? What did you bring over?
That's Smith & Cross.
Oh,
Tell us about it, John.
That-
Bree doesn't know about Smith & Cross.
I haven't had it. Rude.
Never.
Oh, I love it. So it's a Navy strength rum. I think primarily traditional Jamaican rum, so primarily Jamaican. But I think it's distilled in London. It was. I thought it was only invented or created in the last several decades.
You have it?
So it's a new rum on the market. It's not Teresa. This distillery's been here for hundreds of years or whatever. They're not. It's fairly new. Just trying to be good in a good Jamaican rum to use in cocktails, and honestly, just great by itself. I will happily drink this by itself.
Okay.
And that's because it's clean. It's a clean Jamaican rum, right? So it's really easy to distinct the flavors of Smith and Cross in your cocktail when it comes to that? Because some Jamaican rums hold the same funkiness that Smith and Cross does without the same necessarily refinement, right?
That sounds right, and especially with its aimed like in the modern era, be designed for cocktails and yeah.
Okay. Why didn't I get this when I was just at a liquor store?
Because there's only so many things I can ask you to purchase at one time without breaking the bank. So
Okay. Well, I need to try.
We had a special.
It's okay.
Hey, as soon as we do daiquiri night, we will make sure. In fact, daiquiri night cannot go on, right, John, without us all both having a bottle of Smith and Cross.
Correct.
Okay.
Because
Well, don't
again,
worry, it's on the
my
list.
preferred daiquiri is all Smith and Cross. I'm not even trying to blend.
All right. I'm on board.
So we actually even
Lucef, we love you.
As far as our plans, thank you for coming, Lucef. As far as our plans go, we do have a daiquiri night planned out for a few weeks ahead of time.
Floriander just dropped a bunch of rums. How do they compare?
Shoot, I don't think I've had any of these.
None of those. I don't even know about them. Floriander, you're teasing us with all our European counterparts, and in fact, probably superiors because they're in Europe and not here. But we will work our asses off to look up some of these things. Thank goodness we can save our chats for post-review. We will do what we can to see what we can bring in from your side of town. Yeah, hell yeah, Tarts. Writing all these things down. Let's do what we can to try and see what we can bring in.
You know, Bree. The reason why you were not told, the last liquor store run, like buy this rum or buy this, is because you would have had to buy the whole shelf of rum to get to dial in these flavors. Each rum is so one note. It's so specific.
Mm-hmm.
That's like, I can totally respect that though.
And that we haven't even got into agricole rums.
What does it mean? Tell me more.
John, do you want to tell her what agricole rums are since I'm stuffing my face with pork belly?
Yes, rum with an H. Because these come from the French colonized islands and they spell rum differently. And we looked this up last time, right? They are made directly from sugarcane juice. So they have a much grassier flavor.
Sugarcane juice as opposed to sugar cane.
Okay.
And they're not molasses, which is a lot of rum. I think.
Yeah.
Most
popular rum. Yeah.
Pot stilled rum.
Yeah. So quite different. If you're trying to approximate, like I remember this one bartender who was.
You're right, Loriander. Sorry, John. Keep going.
There's one bartender here in town who's really into blending rums. I asked him once for a recommendation, like, hey, I'm going to the liquor store, I'm going to make some daiquiris for a party. Which rum should I get? And he just said, I'm going to stop you right there. I cannot recommend you one. I'm like, why not? And he says, well, each rum is one note. I would need at least 3 rums, ideally 4 to 5, to make the perfect flavor for my daiquiri. And
yeah.
I told some people the story, and they're like, oh, this guy is so elitist, but as I buy more and more rums, just kind of collect them and like, ooh, what does this one taste like? I have trouble using a single rum for any one thing, or for multiple things. It maybe holds up in one particular drink, but then it's useless in another drink, and you need
a different rum.
You need another.
Yeah.
So I kind of see that bartender's point. Of course, you could reach for a blended rum in the first place, like Smith and Cross, I believe, is a blend. It's a pretty strong
specific
flavor on its own.
Yeah, very specific
flavor. Yeah, and then Plantation 3-Star, which was mentioned. The 3-Star because it's from 3 different islands. That one is a blend from 3 different islands. So that one's suitable on its own. But again, very one note. Why not use it in every single rum drink?
Because some are overpowered for that. I've done rum drinks at my place, at certain places that I manage, and they need to have like a white rum that has the viscosity that is lent to it because it is a sugarcane liqueur, but it does not need the funkiness or the depth of flavor of the aging that for that particular cocktail. That happens to be one of my favorite things. And let's see, I can't go back now. I lost it a little bit. We had a few comments up talking about different styles. I think there was a Barbados, which, John, you touched on with a different blend of all of them. But I think you're right 100% that you need to have something specific for the flavors that you are trying to go for more than anything else. Sticking to Jamaican and Haitian works, and it totally does, but then it could fall short for the heavier depths of flavor that you're looking for if you're going for a really light rum. That is different from a vodka or a gin because you don't want those extra botanical flavors, but you still want the weight of the sugarcane process to get into the flavor of that. Shoot, I totally lost it. There was like one comment, like 11 above now, John, that like I missed. I believe it was from Loriander. But it had
St. Lucia, Barbados, Jamaica.
It was just before that. Can you see just before that? Two comments before that?
We didn't talk about Bon Vivant saying she's been to a rum factory in Martinique and it smelled bad.
Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted to touch on, John. This bad smelling Martinique rum factory. And that is that certain rum factories have a pit where they throw all of their excarted product. That means any of the botanicals, any of the solids from their rum making process are thrown into this fantastic pit, and everybody thinks it's the worst thing in the world, and no one wants to fall in this fucking pit. But at the same time, this pit, they take a little scoop from this funky fucking pit that has been there for 200 plus years, that has had all these products fermenting in it, and they're not bad or going to make you sick, but they use this product to help flavor the batch of rum every time, and they do it from a very scientific proportion now, because they realize what comes through in a good batch and what comes through in a bad batch. And so now they still have these pits that have been here since the pirate eras, John, and they take just a smidge of that and they add it to the fermentation process. And I want everybody to think about this as like the mother for a apple cider vinegar. And it seeds then the flavors and the funkiness and the depth and the richness of flavor that you then taste with all the Smith and Cross or all the... What's our other one? It's the overproof that we like from Plantation. I know that one's specifically done like this.
Oh, yeah, OFTD. Yeah.
OFTD, yeah. That one's done like that, where they take the funk from all of the pits that have been there on over the years, and they take a little bit, scrape it off the top, and add it to it. And it is like a mother, rum has a mother like a sourdough. It's exactly the same thing, because we are fermenting yeast and sugars the same way that we're doing all these other things. And that is the famous, most amazing thing about alcohols and liqueurs, is they've been around for a long time for a very good reason. As much as I feel bad sometimes when I overdrink, everybody remember, my favorite stories are the ones where people tell me that they lived in Africa and they used to watch elephants getting drunk off certain liqueurs. I had friends that were told me that they lived in Australia and they used to watch the oh my god, they start with a C. It's a bird that the white one from the bright cockatoo.
Kookaburra.
Yeah, cockatiel. All the cockatiels get drunk off the mango trees in Australia. Is they would eat the fermented fruit on purpose, and they'd laugh in the trees. Like, it is a thing that every being
Kookaburra laugh.
tries to get itself out of its existential thought process. So Why fucking fight it at this point? Just try and moderate it as much as you can. OFTD is so good, Tart Tarts. I'm glad you got it.
What is
Ferris,
OFTD?
thank you for coming through.
Ferris, the agricole can't get by itself, but then if you add just a teaspoon or a bar spoon of sugar, make it into a tea punch, which is old fashioned with rum agricole. That has some legs.
Mm-hmm. And believe it or not, Ferris, what we were talking about was we pulled out Solera, which was from Santa Teresa. My favorite spot that got introduced to me, luckily enough, by Eric Nielsen, the owner of, he's part owner of Eam, and he was total owner of Shipwreck, the pop-up bar. Which, John, you and I are going to be lucky if we get to do, huh?
A pop-up bar?
A pop-up bar would be fun as shit, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Super fun.
We got a couple chef friends who already want to join in with us.
Yes, Eam.
So far, we have Sushi, John that want to team with us, and possibly like a Korean pop-up.
We got it.
So we got some legs to work with at least to start, and we'll go from there.
So if you and I were are you talking about something like where you and I were co-located, like bartending in the same physical space?
God, wouldn't that, yes, that's what I'm talking about. Wouldn't that be amazing?
Life.
Like back to
Like,
normal life.
Like I could cut some orange peels for you,
Yeah.
and you could shake some drinks.
No.
Yeah.
You could do more than
How great
that.
would that be, wouldn't
You
it?
could do more than cut orange peels.
I would be honored.
I appreciate John's respect for wanting to start at the right place.
I get it, but
He's earning his pens in the most respectful way. I appreciate
totally
him.
is. I'd love to see you
That's
two
all right.
in the same space.
Oh my God, wouldn't that be amazing?
That'd be like the personification of
If we weren't,
life return.
If we weren't in Oregon, it'd be in a cart. I've already found it.
Fucking
already
Oregon.
found it.
Like Washington? Can we do it in Washington?
I found little.
It's like right there.
What's the difference with Oregon and Washington there?
It's the liquor laws here that you can't. You have to have a full meal purchase with. And Oregon, Washington might be the
Aw.
same. We're kind of in between. You can't do partial sales of alcohol without a full liquor license, and they won't provide a full liquor license to non-brick and mortar establishment. And I'm not sure that's the case for Washington yet, but I feel like that's going to change for places. Because I can see you and I in the back of a hauled out, Volkswagen bus.
Like the ones you sent me.
Like the
Those
ones
were
I
sweet.
sent Bree. I think I've even sent them to you, John. All of a sudden, it's like, imagine a Volkswagen bus and the side of it just opens up.
Pops up. Yeah.
And you can serve cocktails out of it. And we got a buddy who does sushi. He wants to be right next to it, so he could do sushi out of one half.
Its own cart.
And we do
though.
cocktails out of one half, but our carts are almost interconnected,
Yeah.
but separate. You
And
know
then
what I mean?
you're serving the people.
And then
It'd be
right
so
in the
fun.
middle, we have little bistro tables. It'd be amazing,
Ugh,
Life.
I want to go to there.
right? Who knows? Who knows what we have in store for us?
Wait, but say again about. Did you say Washington is less restricted if we do a cart up there?
Yeah.
They have different restrictions
Liquor
on
laws.
liquor laws. I don't know that they don't have. I've had mixed reviews from some of our friends as we've reached out to see how we can expand, John. I've heard both ways. So I need to get somebody who actually like a lawyer who actually can tell us full liquor laws. But so far, people have told us that there are just as many obstacles to hit in Washington as there would be for everything that we've done so
They just
far
have
in Oregon.
less
So we're trying to just keep it copacetic for now until we can find out what the best move is. But I've even looked into it depending on the classes that I've been doing for all of our corporate team building classes to see what we can provide for them for these classes and what we can deliver to them as opposed to
Right.
what they have to buy themselves.
No.
So we've been lucky. We have a new one coming up that is sponsored, so that's really, really fun, and that helps us out for those folks not having to go out and provide their own spirits. But that's not necessarily like a guarantee or something that's always going to be available. So trying to find out like a way we can do it 100% all the time, that's going to be awesome for everybody to join in with us and us to do.
Drag racers.
Gotcha.
Carts that pop up in Vancouver. Yeah, as long as I don't get.
I'll be right back.
Where are you going? Healy?
That's right, Tarts. If we can make that work, that would be.
Yes, Froome. I want to carry Froome.
I love it. I love how I've like stretched your name out as long as I
I
can.
know what just
Now it's
happened.
Bon Vivant.
Bon Vivant.
Now it's not Bon Vivant PDX. Now it's Bon Vivant. Thank you for thank you for all your time. I need more pulled pork.
Wait.
Maybe not, but still. John, I hate to tell you,
John left.
I think I already said it, but we were lucky enough to get a little bit of their mustard barbecue sauce inside the full tray of meat, and I am all about it.
There's some little more.
Something
in
about
here,
that
maybe.
Carolina mustard barbecue sauce
Yeah.
has got me lately. Either way, thanks again, Barbecue. Thanks again, Bark City Barbecue, for providing a fantastic barbecue meal for us tonight. I was really, really craving meat and lots of meat.
Lots of meat.
Yeah. Cornbread would have been awesome too, but yeah, we'll
Yeah.
get that next time. We'll make sure we would actually order it. Forget and stop thinking it's just on because it's on the picture.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's fun.
Oi!
Oh. Did you say we?
Oi! Is that oi oi?
That's we.
Wee wee?
Yes.
Oh, I think it's oi.
No, it's we.
Well,
You can't read French.
well,
Give it up.
I
Where'd
can't
John
speak.
go?
I speak French or English, so it's pretty lucky that I got that far gone.
It works.
Bon vivant. And
J'ai parlé
and-
français.
and our other friends that had the French martini. What did you think of them this week?
Wait, she suggested it.
Mm-hmm.
I liked it. It was delicious.
We had a couple friends that got. We had a couple friends that specifically got
Chambord.
a Chambord to join us this
It
week.
was
So I was
delicious.
just wondering if anybody was still there to tell us what they thought. Très bien. Ooh, I got that one right. Très bien. Oui, oui.
Stop.
Obviously French.
Obviously.
I know. It was painful there for you. Bon vivants. John, how you doing there? Did you have you didn't have a stroke in the bathroom, did you? I see you're back. I shouldn't joke around about that. We're in like COVID. Like, how bad would
What?
that be if I like, John, did you have a stroke? And you're like literally like laying in the bathroom twitching. I'm like, oh shit.
Well, he's back though.
Oh,
so.
okay. I looked up now.
It's okay.
I don't have a clever
Don't
answer.
comment. It's okay.
Probably better that way, John. Sorry.
Oh man.
Or a bump.
Wait.
A bump. We're back to
I'm
Margaret.
catching up on the
Nose.
chat
Change
here.
your
Yeah,
nose.
we're
You
speaking some
change your
French,
nose
and now
for
we're
a
talking
reason.
about a bump.
Yeah, you change your nose for a reason. I mean your name for a reason.
Bump of margarita. Got it.
In the bathroom. Yeah, it works.
Oh, that's
Hey, whatever it takes for her
Sounds-
to help me clean up
Keep moving.
after the end of this party.
Stop talking. Cleanup happens tomorrow. So get over it.
That's true, huh? John, did you have fun tonight?
oh, totally.
Yeah, it was fun. Although,
Did you-
like, pacing after, like, drinks versus NA is, like, a whole new thing.
It is a whole new thing. We can all tell. It's all right. Everybody can tell that's joining us. John, how do you feel about the non-NA food eating afterwards?
Yeah, I'm staring kind of into the distance at all the not consumed martinis.
Yeah, it's a thing.
We gotta let you go then. You gotta consume those martinis.
Yeah, but like, isn't do that? by
Oh, and
himself.
I'm sure Twitch wants me to consume them live, not let them go to waste.
Not
but-
alone.
No, it was fun because I learned a lot. I don't think I'd experimented that deeply with one profile of martini.
Yeah. The
I
shake
agree
and
with that.
stirred thing was like totally revolutionary.
It's kind of cool to see.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah, I'm with it.
For us to try it, I had a lot of fun with it. It was a lot of fun that everybody was so like engaged. All of our guests were so engaged and like chimed in too. That really helped it.
Yeah.
Vroom. That was a baby vroom. Ferris, we love you. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Yeah.
We gotta see
super
you.
Fun.
We're gonna do this again in a couple weeks, and believe it or not, we were almost about to start on a weekly show. We will start on a weekly show here pretty soon. It is. Except it made me sad, the idea of creme de cassis in with this, because it's such a lighter product. So tune in. Believe it or not, Loriander, the next time we do a full custom cocktail show, we are going to do something where it's something I created out of necessity for trying to bridge a bourbon lover with a non-bourbon lover. And I have a cocktail for that utilizing creme de cassis. We have that coming up. It's a few weeks out. John's already seen it. And Ferris, we are working on doing a pop-up.
I have the hiccups.
We are now Noble Hospitality, and we are slowly moving our way into doing the best we can. Thank you for being here. We are going to have you back again. We hope that you can join us again. Follow us along, and breeze out. She's dying with the hiccups right now. John, what do you got to say to all our guests for joining us?
Let me think about what we got coming up next time. I mean, kisses, obviously. Thank you
Sorry,
for-
I was very excited about the
Telling me.
gentian root. Too.
Oh, I thought you meant for our guests. Kisses for our guests. What's coming up next? We're doing a bar program.
We are. We're going to do a bar program. We're going to feature 2 bar programs a month. Well, anyway, we'll get into that. We'll do a bar program next.
Yeah. So we'll do some drinks all from the same bar book. Looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My favorite is that we have
Yeah,
some guests that have already like given us their inquiries as far as the bar program that we're working on. We know that should we tell them already, John, or you want to keep it for a secret?
Well, we'll keep it kind of vague.
Okay.
Let's keep it a little vague. Just, if I were to, give me a book and I'm just gonna find the 3 daiquiris in it, and that's what we're gonna do. But we're mixing it up, right? We're gonna get my vote for a daiquiri, Billy's vote for a whatever Scotch highball, and one of you at home for a 3rd drink wild card.
Right. We're going to try and stick with our best. We're going to try and stick with themes as much as we can. So the daiquiri night, we're going to do John's take on a daiquiri. We're going to try and find the traditional daiquiri, and we're going to do what I can find on, or maybe as simple as a Hemingway daiquiri, depending on the type of night that we're going to do. But we're going to try and do as much of a mix-up as we can, and bring as much to you as we can. John and I want to explore flavors that you're willing to turn us on to, and we want to turn you on to more flavors that we're kind of geeked about. So as we move forward, thank you for tuning in. We've had so much fun as always. Loriander, hell yeah, thank you for being here. Ferris, thank you for being here. Everyone, thank you for being here. Tarts, let's see, Bon Vivants,
Yeah.
everybody, Lucif, all of you who've been here, thank you so much. We'll see you again in a couple weeks. And yeah, send us as much info as you are willing to and want to from our website, it's thirstytherapy.com. You can get a hold of us there. And a sour red bitters. Oddly enough, I actually make a sour red bitters. So yeah, email us a little bit more on what you're thinking there, Ferris, and we will we'll dig into it and see what we can do and bring your ideas to fruition. All right. Thank you everybody so much for joining us tonight. John, bye. I'll see you soon. Okay. I love that we got to hang out again.